Hello, folks.
Hello.
Oh,
You know, the power of caffeine this morning could only slightly compel me. Yeah.
mm. Oh, okay. Welcome back, folks, to day 8 of Why the Fuck Is This a Trial?
Yeah. I was trolling the interwebs, and allegedly, according to court TV, the state is winding down its case. And I
Okay.
think it's a bold strategy to save any relevant facts that point to Adrian at the
To,
end of your 7-day case. But
yeah,
we'll see.
it's if they're winding down their case, it means parents, 911 calls, more. And
Yeah, I'm worrying that they're going to save the 911 calls for like the second closing, the rebuttal.
mm, does that, yeah, I forgot about the the tactics of saving everything speculative, inflaming uh, oh, to second
And I
to
think
rebuttal. Oh,
Currently, I'm retired. I'm
oh,
self-employed. Okay.
they had voir dire last night, so I'm surprised we're having another voir dire.
hmm,
Also, we are up to 10 on the sidebar counter. We did have a sidebar last night.
okay, okay.
I need to tell you as soon as I see you because I cannot ensure that I will
Morning.
remember
It is under
beyond
oath.
that.
You may proceed.
Oh, I guess he's on.
Would you tell the jury your name? My name is Telesforo Daniel Coronado. And what do you do for a
What?
living, sir? Currently, I'm retired. I'm self-employed. Okay. And have you had a history in
I'm
law
waiting for
enforcement?
closed captions.
Yes. Would you tell us when that started and where your history in
Oh,
law?
Okay.
that's the voir dire guy from
Yes,
yesterday,
sir. In
Yeah, it's
2003,
Cardoza.
I believe I was employed
Cardosa.
with the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office as a jailer. At which point in 2004, in January 2004, I attended the Uvalde Junior College Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Training Center. Graduated in.
Mm. Yeah, this is because I watched the voir dire of him uh, just a few minutes ago, and then lost track of time because I'm like, yeah, that's a strange coincidence. This is one of the officers who came to the scene. There were apparently two officers wearing body cams in the
Yeah.
initial moments of all of this. None of them put on their body cam as they came there
Yeah.
because of something about uh, limited battery time, which
Yeah.
is insane. If you can put 4 hours into this, if you, I do have a very old uh, camcorder from my, so that used to belong to my dad. 8 hours of battery time from the 19 fucking 80s, and they are wearing body
Yeah.
worn cameras with minutes of battery time,
Well, and
apparently.
I think the defense is really going to hammer down because they are both supposedly in different areas. Like they aren't talking, but their body cams go on simultaneously when they're not together.
Yeah,
So basically, he doesn't know where the other officer is, but somehow and magically, now it could be a coinky dink, but they all managed to start at exactly the same time.
yeah. So this will be interesting. Uh, First of all, battery time. Seriously, how much? I mean, yeah, the body-worn cameras needs a lot of features that is not often used in ordinary cameras. But batteries, I mean, you have these teeny tiny batteries that lasts forever.
Yeah, there is so much about this. It's like every new witness we get, what the hell is wrong with this?
Yeah.
And as a jury person, you have got to be asking yourself, why are we in day 8 and finally getting fellow officers? And we've yet to have a single witness that makes it through cross without becoming a defense witness.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Okie dokie.
May of 2004, at which point the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office carried my
That's good.
commission as a reserve officer. In 2005, I was hired with the Uvalde Police Department and was with the Uvalde Police Department until 2023.
Yeah. This is not the school resource officer. This is an
Oh.
actual Uvalde cop.
Okay, well, again, I
So
shouldn't
no
be on-
hand-me-downs. Old
should-
equipment should be.
I shouldn't be on day 8 without a clear idea, because we have yet to get a clear accounting of who was with that. The only people I know for sure are with the district is the female that was with the district and then the chief. And it seems like there's a lot of incestuousness between the UPD and the district. It seems like people are constantly flowing back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah, so none of the school cops had body cam. This is the Uvalde cops who had body cam.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. But why having Timu body cams with limited battery time?
Yeah.
So 18 years.
Total of 18 years. I did about a year, a little over a year and a half in Mustang Ridge Police Department, and currently have a reserve commission.
With Mustang Ridge Division.
2023.
Mr. Trevor, microphone, please.
Thank you.
Oh my God. How dumb do you have to be to
And,
constantly be
Could
told?
you tell us
Speak to
your
the
history
talky
with
thing.
the Uvalde Police Department? Did you maintain the same rank throughout that period of time?
No, sir. I started out as a patrol officer in 2025.
Excuse me, 2025?
I'm sorry, 2005.
Thank you.
And at which point I one of my positions that I held was a school resource officer, and I was a school resource officer for 3 years, I believe. At which point in 2011, I was promoted to sergeant investigator.
And what's the difference between a sergeant and a patrol officer?
Sergeant is a position that holds a rank that, well, as an investigator, I wasn't in charge directly as a supervisor of anyone at that point. It wasn't until I think it was 2014 is when I was moved over to patrol sergeant. At that point, then I had 6 individuals under my supervision.
And so they answered to you.
Yes, sir.
And if you commanded them, they did as you commanded.
As long as it was morally correct and a lawful order, yes, sir.
And then above you, were there additional ranks?
Yes, sir.
And what are those ranks?
At the Uvalde Police Department, there was above the sergeant was a lieutenant, and the lieutenants. So it fluctuated. They had well, at some point there was a captain, but they ended up restructuring. But it was a lieutenant, and then the chief, and
Yeah. Sometimes police administration and say, now it's time for reorganization that will cut costs and improve efficiency. And here are the cops saying, not again. We just got used to the old system. And I can say that is a problem everywhere, because as soon as a new administration, whoever controls the cops gets new people, there's a reorganization because everybody wants to put their mark on it, and often it screws things up.
Again, As your future president, I am too lazy to micromanage.
Mm.
If it works for you and it's not illegal and I don't have to bother with it, y'all
Mm.
do you.
Mm. Everything is fine over here, says none of the cops or rangers involved want the prosecution, in my opinion. I think the DA's office put this case together, and that is why they end up being good defense witnesses. Except those who are paid by the DA's office to come in as alleged
Yeah,
expert witnesses.
I will say the Texas Rangers have been hit or miss. I think
Mm.
some fully buy into the state's theory and they are there and they want to testify as such, whereas others are being neutral. They're just, the defense can talk to them
Mm.
about a lot of things and they're using them to get. They've been very clever. When the state presents them with law enforcement witnesses, they go into areas that explain reasonableness with a wide variety of officers, but explaining that, line of sight, the echo, all these things are kind of universal and could screw anyone up.
Mm.
That was it, sir.
So the chief is at the top of the heap.
Yes, sir.
And how many primary law enforcement jurisdictions were in Uvalde during this period of time?
So how many jurisdictions were
How many law
assigned to?
enforcement agencies, or just the primary law enforcement agencies
Well, there
in
was-
Uvalde?
There was quite a few. There was U.S. Border Patrol. There was DPS. There was local law enforcement PD. There was the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office. A number of constable offices, which and then and of course the 38 Judicial.
Okay. And so let me start with the sheriff's office. Did they have a primary jurisdiction?
Yes, sir, of the county.
And is that of the entire county or outside the city limits?
So it's entire county, yes, sir.
Entire
They
county.
had a jurisdiction of the entire county, yes, sir.
And the city of Uvalde,
Mm-hmm.
can you tell us what their jurisdiction was?
Within the city limits, yes, sir.
Okay. And then the school district police, what was their jurisdiction?
Their jurisdiction was any of the campuses that we had in the city of Uvalde, including some that were outside the city as well. I believe, I think they had one in Batesville.
Okay. And so if a crime happened on the school district, who had primary jurisdiction over that crime?
The school police would typically take charge of that incident.
And if the school, by taking charge, does that mean that you were excluded from working on the police campus?
No, sir. No, sir. We had a good relation with the campus police officers. We maintained a working relationship with them. They understood. We notified them if there was any investigations that needed to take place. That if we needed to conduct an investigation, we would notify them and advise them, and go from there.
And they would be primary responsible,
Yes, sir.
but would you all
Well,
assist?
As far as the investigation, they would allow us to do the investigation as long as we notified them. But if anything that happened on school grounds during the daytime, they would generally they would do the investigation. Yes.
And so if you went onto the school grounds, would that be in an assist role?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Did you sometimes go on the school grounds to assist the?
Yes,
School
we
district.
assisted. Yes.
Okay. And by the same token, in the city of Uvalde, who had the primary jurisdiction in the city of Uvalde?
The city police officers.
That would be you and your group.
Correct.
Okay. And did the school district police, were they allowed to assist you?
Yes.
And by assist, I mean, is that different from taking over an investigation from you?
Of course. I mean, if we had a call and a school resource officer, or I'm sorry, a school officer, campus police officer was in the area, chances are they would stop to make sure that the officer was okay. But no, they never took any investigations away from officers. They allowed them to conduct the investigation and back them up.
And that's the same for you. You wouldn't allow a school district officer to take an investigation over that you were engaged in?
Oh, that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And is that also true for the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Would you go into the sheriff's office to assist them with an actual active crime scene and take over or take that decision-making away from them?
No, sir.
You were there to assist or help them?
If they needed assistance, they would, yes, they would ask generally.
Ah,
Okay. And so
Having
that's
a
what we mean by
Kardashian moment.
primary jurisdiction and assistance. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Yeah, didn't they go through this with another officer that as a Texas officer, you can make arrests everywhere in Texas?
yeah, and I'm trying to figure out why the state keeps making a big deal of the chain of command, because this is the second or third time that he's asked a different law enforcement about chain of command and hierarchy. Is he trying to build the case against Chief Arredondo?
Yeah, but which it's more logical, because if it is on campus, and now the police chief who was shot, was he the campus police chief?
Yes, he was the school district chief.
Yeah. Yeah, so which is understandable because he had the overarching responsibility for his jurisdiction. The rest was just pouring into it.
Yeah, but are we basically making the case that if the chief is guilty, Adrian is guilty by association? Because we haven't
Yeah.
specifically made a case against Adrian. I mean, unless he told Chief Arredondo, deuces, I'm going into the classroom, which I think we'd give him a parade for at this point. What did he do against chain of command?
Yeah.
If this state could just make flippin' sense, because I'm dealing with a husband who found out he has shingles. Like,
Yeah.
no.
As a police officer, and I'll take you directly to 2022, could you describe for the jury in general terms how you were armed or what equipment you had at your disposal?
I had a pistol, a Glock sidearm. I had, on that day, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
I had an external ballistic vest. I had a baton, 2 pair of handcuffs, 2 magazines, and 1 magazine in my pistol. I had a tourniquet. I had pepper spray, and I had a taser.
Did you have a rifle?
No, sir, I did not have a rifle that time.
Okay. So you talked about the equipment that you had, both in arms as well as protections. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? And did you have also equipment that assisted you in recording events that occurred while you were on duty?
Yes, sir, I had a body camera.
And tell us about a body camera.
The body camera that we specifically had, we could activate the camera. It would record in audio and video.
Where was the body camera on your body?
On my chest, sir.
And how did you activate the body camera?
There was a button that you would slide down to activate it, and it would turn on.
And I suppose, was it battery operated then?
I've seen a bunch of trials where this is automated just because it removes human error. The moment,
Yeah.
I mean, it's connected to the response. As soon as you put on the flashlights or put on the siren, or there is something that activates, okay, I gotta go there, and then body cam. That is why in other trials we see the first 4 or 5 minutes is inside the cop car. And also, which I recall, I don't remember which trial, but I recall sound comes later. That is why it's activated before they get there.
Yeah.
But here they have mechanical, so I don't know.
Yeah. And there's still something very odd about 2 officers arriving fairly close to each other, but their body cams not starting until after they were supposedly, unable to take the shot.
Yeah. And simultaneously, even though they are apart and can't see each other, they turn on, according to the voir dire, at exactly the same time.
Yeah.
Sound is 30 seconds later, usually it says fire red. Yeah, hence automatic. But as I said in voir dire, bad battery time, and
Yeah, he made the statement like we thought we were taking fire, which
yeah,
I would have thought that would be like the time that you would want to catch that.
yeah. Why is there a sound lag? I have no idea. That what the one out of every camera in existence, only body-worn cameras by police officer have a sound delay. It's on. Sounds like it's by design.
Yes, sir.
And so tell us about how long the body cameras would last.
That's a good question because depending on the age of the camera and the number of cycles that that camera had been charged, it would deteriorate over time. But we understood that generally what happened would the battery would deteriorate. We wanted to get as much as we can, so we were always conscious about the battery, the operation of the camera.
So conscious about when you say get what you can, it was important.
Correct. Yes, sir. Well, anytime we would make contact with a citizen, but we would turn it on.
But it wasn't something that was on all day long.
No, sir.
You had to make a conscious movement to turn it on.
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And that was when you were making contact.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair?
Who decides what's important? Okay, you're headed towards a school with shots fired.
Yeah.
Isn't it important to turn it on?
Also, this requires a level of trust. We already have the body cams because we don't trust you. Now we want, I mean, let's be real. We got body cams because we didn't trust police officers. We thought that, and it has shown that there are some bad ones. But body cams were because we, the public, didn't trust you with the authority we had given you. And we don't trust you to turn your, nanny on and off. Nanny cams don't let the babysitter pick the times that she gets filmed.
Exactly. And when it comes to Canton, Mass, they have this GPS, and here's why cops should not have the authority to put on and off. Because in Canton, Mass, the cop cars, after I believe it was an overtime scandal a bunch of years ago, so they put GPS trackers in the car, and it was huge. Yes, now they can't scam the you taxpayers out of money. Yeah, but they could disable it at will, which they did. They more or less got into the cop car, turned it on, and then turned off the GPS by default. That is why this, I choose when I record it. It's a bad idea. Las Vegas cop likes their body cams because they prove they're trustworthy, according to an LV cop on the stand who seemed pretty proud about this anyway. Yeah, and also, I mean, because we don't trust cops, so keep your camera. And in many cases, it turns out that ordinary people near a cop, more often than we realized, are assholes.
Yeah.
To cops.
And I think Kylie's right. Of all
Mm,
of the oversights today, this is
mm.
or of that day, this was probably the least egregious.
Yeah.
But I think the problem that even an innocent and small mistake is that so many people made what they thought were seemingly innocent and small mistakes, and they add up, and this added
Mm.
into a catastrophe.
Yeah. Because of leadership incompetence. They, yeah.
That's fair.
Okay. In addition to body cameras, were you assigned a police car?
Yes, sir.
We are 25 minutes into his testimony, and we are 10 minutes behind.
That sounds like us.
Welcome to Commentary Channel. Oh, I might as well, because they are talking in the microphones.
Tell us how your police
1.25.
car was equipped.
So I shared a Tahoe with another sergeant, and us two, we would have emergency equipment like gloves. We had we carried the majority of our equipment with us. We would take it on and off, but generally we'd have like raincoats, cones, things of that nature that we'd use typically day to day.
And was your police car also equipped with the means of recording important information when you investigated or were involved in an act of crime?
Yes, sir. It was a dash camera.
And did the dash camera run continuously?
So it would depend on how the administration would set the camera system, or if they would purchase it. There was a number of ways that they could set up the camera system. My particular camera system, if I parked my vehicle and turned off my vehicle, it would stay on for a certain time, and then it would time out, and to conserve battery so that it wouldn't kill the battery on the vehicle, it would shut down. And then once I turn on my vehicle, and I say this because over the years it would change, but on that particular one, I would turn on the vehicle, and it would boot up, and it would start the camera system.
Okay. And did that play a part in when your dash cam video started recording on this day, May 24, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain that to the jury and how that worked?
So what happened was, on that particular day, I was at the Uvalde Police Department when the call came in. So I was there for some time, and by that time, my camera system, the dash cam, had turned off. So when the call came in for shots being fired in the proximity of the school, I jumped into my Tahoe, and when I turned the ignition on, at that point, the process had started where it was booting up the camera system. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. So does that mean then we would have the camera system starting from when you left the city police department?
No, because it takes time for that system to boot up.
And by time, I need to know what you mean by time.
Well, I can't give you the specific time it took for it to boot
Wait a
up. I
minute,
can
Nick,
just
can
tell
you
you
pause?
that just like
Okay, so he was at UPD when shots fired was dispatched. Where is UPD in relation to Robb Elementary? How did he get there fast enough to make it there before? Was he one of the three officers? Because I thought it was Cardoza.
I don't know. It sounds like he is one of the first three.
Yeah,
But
I guess
I don't know.
it is 8 days in. We should not be having to guess at a timeline.
Yeah. This should be absolutely clear by the prosecution in opening statements and going forward, the timeline. It should be what the judge asked of the prosecution. Okay, in your opening statement, you will have a timeline that you allege prove your case. And if you don't, yeah, come back when you have one.
Yeah.
computer that you turn on, it's going to take time for the system to boot up. And at that point, because on that particular day, I had already activated my lights on my, so what it has is triggers. So anytime a police officer turns on their lights or sirens, depending on how that specific camera system is programmed, those triggers initiate the camera system to start recording. But on that particular day, because I was at the police department, by the time I got in my vehicle and turned it on, I had already activated my lights, but that didn't trigger an automatic recording from the time I left. It took time for that camera system to start booting up, And then at that point,
This wasn't even a thing in the 1970s that cameras had to boot up. For the love of fuck.
What the hell are they driving an Edsel built by the inventors of the Pinto? Is there a phenomenon that sucks electronic stuff, like sucks the Wi-Fi out of the air? Is there a Bermuda Triangle style thing in Uvalde? Because I'm beginning to think that everyone there is a flippin' flapjack moron.
It's a feature they have where it has a soft 30-second wind-up they can delete later. Okay.
Interesting. Thank you, 6art.
Yes, thank you. And then you can click the button to restart the buffer again. So more or less 30-second boop, 30-second boop. It's like in the YSL trial, the cop who, I don't like your answer, so I'm going to delete this video interview and start over until you give me the answers I want. Yeah, that really happened in that trial. It's the one of the officers who later who quit and then started a podcast with his fellow officer. And I'm not going to link to that podcast because, I mean, and those two should be in prison. Not related to this case. Not related to this case.
No.
then the camera system then started recording as soon as it could, as soon as the system was booted up. Does that make sense?
And have you reviewed your dash cam from that day?
Yes, sir. It's been a number. I've spent some time, but yes, sir. I have seen it.
And when the dash cam begins recording, is that consistent with your testimony about it takes some time to boot up?
It did. I mean, obviously, when I reviewed it, from the time I left the police department to the time I got there, and I was traveling at a pretty high rate of speed, it would make sense that it took that time for that system to boot up the way it did.
And so there's nothing untoward about the dash cam not starting earlier in your travel over to Robb Elementary?
No, sir.
It would just be the standard way the equipment in Uvalde Police Department works.
Correct. Well, my particular camera system, yes, sir.
Fair. And so now I'd like to start with that day.
Sure.
Your position was what?
A patrol sergeant.
And where were you around the 11:30 hour of May 24, 2022?
That day I was at the Uvalde Police Department looking over police reports.
So the sergeant's job is to also look over police reports?
Yes, sir. We typically what we do is we'll look over the reports and make sure that the reports are correct and approve. We make a proof of the reports.
Okay. And that's how you were occupying your time?
Yes, sir. That's what I was doing. Yes, sir.
And how far is the police department from Robb Elementary?
I would say probably maybe like a mile and a half. Would that be accurate? I'm not exactly.
Just in general.
Yes, sir.
You
I mean,
are a police.
again, like I said, it's not too.
Okay, he's been a police officer for 8 years there. I expect him to know, like, he shouldn't be asking the. Maybe I am just too sensitive and my body is like, I would just like a fact. So I might be a bit more crabby because I feel like I've been I was extremely patient until day 5. Day 6, I started getting irritated. Day 7, I was pissed off. And day 8, I am indignant that I have yet to figure, I have 206 pages of notes, and yet none of the single letters that I've written have anything to do with Adrian other than exonerating him.
Yeah.
And yes, it's Trenton. I did remind.
Yeah. Yes. We begin today with sidebar counter 10. Yeah. I keep forgetting about the sidebars because it's not in the hundreds. And I'm used to trials where we have 10 sidebars in one day. And here we are at day 8 with 10.
Too big of a distance. It's on the west side of the city.
And were you familiar with Robb Elementary School?
I was familiar with it, yes, sir.
Do you have family that was attending Robb Elementary?
I did not have any immediate family. I didn't have any children that were attending, no, sir.
Did you have cousins?
Yes, sir, I sure did.
How did Adrian get there before this guy, by the way? If Adrian's school was further away than this guy, how did Adrian get there before him?
Yeah, none of this is making. We haven't seen like a photo of the town because I don't know where Mexican Park is in relation to Robb Elementary. Again, by this time, and even the Chris Wolfenberger case from Georgia, where they did a terrible job, the state, he got exonerated. I was able to place things because they used the city map. They said, oh, it was this Waffle House. Oh, it was this. I don't have a clear picture now of what Uvalde looks like. And Adrian was at a park because there was like a senior fun day, and part of his job is if any of the school kids are going to go to this local park to get the drunks out.
Okay, this is Uvalde, Texas. It's not big. This is a kilometer, which is 0.6 of a mile.
Okay, so Robb, and he was at, I think they called it some Freedom or some kind of park. So that might be it. Either one of these little green boxes next to Robb. So maybe that's a park.
De Leon Park. Jardín de los Heroes Park.
I think he was in the Garden of Heroes.
Oh, that's this.
Or whatever they call Mexican Park, because they kind of called it slang. So the other one does have a
He's
Latin.
Here. That makes it, let's see, 200 meters, 2, 4, 6. He's a mile away. Just like the female officer was a mile away. And both get there after Adrian?
Yeah.
What was the name of the school Adrian was at?
The name of the school that Adrian usually works at is the high school. And that's also where the resource officer's office is, so where the chief would be hanging out.
Okay, so Uvalde High School is up here. Adrian drives all the way down here and gets there before the person who was over here.
No, Adrian was at the park.
Oh, Adrian was at the park. Okay.
Yeah. So the chief and the other officers that were stationed at the high school probably took longer. I'm still trying to figure out where the PD is.
Uvalde Police Department.
Okay, that's not.
It's here. Yeah. So they.
Yeah. So even if we grant that Adrian is at this park, that's a little bit faster, possibly.
Yeah, but he's at the park and he has to go through all of this. They just boom, boom, and they are there. It's faster, even though it's longer. Oh, you have police department here and a police department here.
Yeah,
so you have two police departments.
Again, the jury should not have to work this out. Should not have to, and they're not allowed to take Google Maps.
Okay, but now it makes sense. Okay, so Adrian is here, so yes, you get there first. Then a few minutes later, you have the cops from here. Then half an hour later is the female officer.
Yeah, and she was somewhere along the same street,
Yeah.
closer to, because I think that the suspect or the assailant only had to go like 2 blocks closer
Mm,
to the
yeah.
school, but I think he was
Yeah,
his,
because here is the funeral home.
yeah, and I think Diaz Street was the street he lived on and
Mm,
his grandmother got shot.
mm. So, and here's the culvert here. So
Yeah.
culvert shot at the guys over there, ran here, jumped the fence, jumped the fence. This is jumping the fence, by the way. It seems to be here.
Yeah.
Then sprinted here, started shooting here. Adrian comes here through this gate, sees woman here, and drives
Okay.
down here.
Yeah. And all of this makes much more sense. Of course the state wouldn't do this.
Yeah. Here's the
I love
thing.
every
Yeah. And so he drives because he sees a person down here. So naturally he drives here, even though the shooter is here.
Yeah, and if you go back and listen to the funeral home, he says
Mm.
he's crouching between cars.
Yeah.
So,
So he must have sprinted there immediately.
yeah.
Because this is within a minute within that 911 call.
Yeah, so
Mm. And then you
it
have
just
Miss Volares. No, what's her name? The woman who fell here came
oh,
out
Flores.
of Flores. Came out. Did she come out of the west gate, west or south door?
Which time when she got out? Because
Yeah,
according to her,
that.
she was in and out of everywhere.
Yeah, sprinted. But well, she says she sprints down the sidewalk. There really isn't a sidewalk here. There's a parking lot. So she's
Mm,
sprinting here. If she came out of this door and sprinted down here because she heard shots fired, she never saw anybody over here.
no, and that's the other thing. If if I'm the shooter and I see someone running, I'm taking that person out because I think they're coming to confront me.
Yeah. So I don't think she came out of this. So here, and this door, not locked, south, apparently. The west, not locked. Was any outside door locked? Any?
I I really don't think so. I
Mm.
also question they must have done a risk assessment on these older, longer buildings because the teachers were saying that their walls are primarily glass.
Mm. Hold on, I see. The park is near the high school, says Bedkey.
Oh,
Uh, uh, is
that might be the soccer pitch for the high school.
yeah, soccer pitch. This is some kind of. Oh, this is Dalton Elementary. Uvalde High School tennis courts. Well, if he was stationed here, they must talk about this park or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, the sad thing is we're doing this on our own. The state had plenty of
Heroes Lane, Uvalde, Texas, is over here. Yeah, that's the military and the county event center. So I don't know what's. Yeah, this would have been much less confusing if the state actually cared about being exact.
yeah, it's been very odd to watch the state, to watch lawyers, which are usually like pedantic to the point of making me want to pull my hair out, be so general.
Mm,
Usually they're so specific, like on or
mm,
around at,
yeah,
this time. And then they're like, that day, like, how did you feel?
yeah. And I'll keep guessing here of Detective Flores because if she sprinted down the sidewalk, she must have come out here and then fell down here, chasing kids in here.
Yeah.
Gonzales came here, saw her, not the shooter, because according to the funeral home personnel, says he's hiding behind cars. Drove down, parked, I believe, here, because he had this tree,
Yeah.
which is really not a hiding spot. But what is this?
I don't know. It looks like maybe they were trying to put grass down. Maybe they were.
Yeah. But she sprinted up. I mean, there's no way. If she was chasing kids down here, there's no way she saw the guy up here.
Yeah.
She sprinted, fell down, he parked, and according to Flores, she spent 2 to 7 minutes talking to him. At the same time, she was inside some of these buildings, checking on kids and checking if doors were locked.
She does seem to.
Yeah.
I tried to listen to her story. I did. I was like, okay, I'm going to write this down. And it was just so confusing because she seems to have had like 27 minutes to do a bunch of things rather than, I mean, you can hear Adrian like, yeah, I drove past there and this is what I did. And then I ran in. I mean, he had very little time. The way she told the story, she had about 3 hours.
See, Iron Soup, is that the fence? No, the fence is up here. Here is the gate, and here's the fence. Here is the culvert where he crashed his car. The shooter probably climbed over this fence here, sprinted here to this parking lot, and hid behind or between cars.
Yeah, and I don't think we've ever got to the bottom of if he had planned this, if this had been something that he was ruminating on for a long time. Or
Yeah, I mean,
if
he shot his grandmother in the face and then took off. So, but he's dead. So the motive is kind of. It would be really interesting to know more about the shooter, his history and stuff.
Well, because I think that him attacking a school he used to go to, I think it does raise a very big security question. You know, should we rethink our safety plans? Should we, start building classrooms with safety rooms in them? I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but, it does point out where we've kind of gotten used to this. It hasn't made us complacent. What are security systems that work? Obviously, this one didn't. I wish we could learn from these things instead of making them political, but that would defeat the purpose, I guess.
Denise, we can safely say that the shooter was never at the South End. Okay, I don't know if this gave clarity because I'm still not sure which is the park Adrian was at, because, I mean, if he was stationed at the high school, are there more than one high school? This is junior high school. Oh, darn it. Hold on.
Maybe the defense will bring it up. I mean, Court TV is teasing that the state is winding down its case.
Uvalde High School and junior high school, so they are adjacent to each other. So these are the high schools, and if if Adrian was stationed, that's where he was. And the park, maybe they are talking about the sports field here as park. I don't know. And that makes this drive and getting there first really impressive. When you have 2 police stations along this main street, and he still got there first.
There's a lot of hinkiness going on that maybe the state is trying to avoid by not giving us a clear timeline.
Yeah, I don't know, folks, if this gave any clarity, but why has maybe it has been shown? It wasn't just shown on court TV. The route
And
she took.
that's a possibility too.
Yeah. But I'm amazed. And the female who lived a mile away when she heard it over the radio and still didn't get there until everybody else was there.
Yeah.
And they brought, yeah. Okay, let's get back to, because now we are really far behind on the... Hey, let's check this trial. Oh, a squirrel.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you familiar with your cousin's age, grades in school?
No, not specifically. Not specifically. I knew that. I'll be a little bit more. So Uvalde is a small community. I mean, it has a population of 14,000. I had extended family throughout the city, people that I grew up with, people that I knew, cousins, second cousins that I've grown up with my entire time that I was living there. And so I had cousins that were involved.
And so how were you notified about a problem at Uvalde Elementary?
So on that day, what happened was, while I was doing reports, I did hear, we have a radio so where my office is, it's next to what we call the squad room. And so that's where all the officers would go and do their reports, get paperwork, things like that. And so on that particular day, a radio broadcast came out of an accident that occurred. I really didn't. I mean, I acknowledge it, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I wasn't responding to it. I believe that day I had 6 officers that were working. I think I had 2 officers that were at the police department doing reports. At that point, a short time later, then I hear that shots were fired at this accident. I knew that it was a close proximity to the school. It was at that point that I jumped up from my desk and ran down the hall.
And when you heard, and I may be getting too precise, but when you heard shots were fired, did that come from a dispatch voice or a police officer voice? If you know.
That's a good question. It was from dispatch, I believe. Yes, sir.
Okay. Are your dispatch officers at that time, were they all women?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so as best you recall, it was a woman that said shots were fired?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that triggered a reaction in you?
Yes.
And did you just hear shots fired, or did you hear a location?
Well, I knew it was in close proximity to the school. I couldn't recall specifically if it was, I believe it was Old Carrizo Road is what was broadcast.
And just from you working and living there, you knew where Old Carrizo Road was?
Yes, sir.
And is that also where Uvalde Elementary is?
Yes, sir.
And so why did that trigger a reaction in you?
Well, I knew that shots were fired and it was a close proximity to the school.
And so what did you do?
I immediately jumped. Like I said, I got up from my office and ran down the hall, and I started yelling for whoever was in yelling distance. I started yelling that there was shots fired by the Robb Elementary, and ran to my Tahoe and got in it and drove towards the school.
So when shots are fired at Robb Elementary, does that mean all hands on deck?
I would hope so, yes, sir.
And that's why you yelled it out down the hallway?
Well, I yelled it out because, again, that radio is being broadcast in the squad room. There's other offices that are inside the hallway. It's not a very big building, but again, it would make sense that some of the officers or detectives that were working that day, because I was working day shift, there might have been individuals that didn't hear that broadcast out. So when I yelled that out, I did notice immediately detectives immediately getting up from their seats and yelling what was going on. And so I yelled out again, shots fired by the Robb School. And I didn't wait there to explain it to him. I just ran out and jumped in my Tahoe.
And you were thinking clearly enough to act when you heard that there were shots fired at Robb School?
Yes, sir.
And how did you act? What did you do?
Well, when I jumped in the Tahoe, I immediately started. Anytime I get a call, anytime I receive a call to dispatch, if I respond to a call, I'm thinking about the potentials, thinking of what could happen, getting in the correct mindset, and trying to think of what I'm going to encounter as I'm heading to the call. That particular moment, I was thinking what could have happened, because again, the first thing that went through my mind was, okay, we had an accident. There's a good chance that maybe there was a road rage incident. So that was the first thought that ran into my head, was or possibly a bailout. That was another thing that we were just getting hammered with bailouts at those back in 2022.
So you have two pieces of information. There's an accident, and then there's shots fired.
Yes, sir.
And you start playing in your mind out the possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
And that is consistent with what you have known as a police officer. That's how you kind of go through, what am I about to encounter?
Sure. I mean, that's something that you learn. The first things that you learn as a police officer in the academy, when you go through FTO. I mean, those are the things that you prepare yourself. You prepare to deal with the incident you're about to encounter.
And was there a location also? How did you know where to go?
Well, I was heading in that direction. So that particular moment in time, I noticed that the two officers that I had said that were at the police department were driving ahead of me as I was exiting the police department. I was parked in the back, and I was coming through the rear gate. And as I was coming out of the police department, I noticed the two police officers that were there, and they also started responding to the same call.
And so, even though you're the first to pass that information on, you end up third in that line of officers.
Those two particular officers drove a different route than I did. I believe they turned down Evans Street, and I continued eastbound until I got to Grove, South Grove. I took a ride on South Grove, and when I got there, those two officers had already been. I saw those two. They were driving Explorers. Those two Explorers were at the intersection of Grove and what's the name of that street? Geraldine.
Okay. And so we're just talking about a few seconds, but they did beat you to the place.
Yes, sir.
And did you say that's because your car was in the back, parked in the back?
Yes, sir.
Was their car parked in the back too, or
I'm sorry.
were their cars parked in the back too, or
Can
the
you?
two officers that beat you there?
Uh-huh.
Were they parked where you were parked?
I don't know where they were parked, sir.
Okay, fair enough. But you get there within just a few seconds of when the other two officers got there.
Well, I can only say that I got there. They were already there. I don't know. I would assume that it was a few seconds. Yes, sir.
Let me make sure I understand the trip over there. Do you go the speed limit when you're answering a shots fired call?
I didn't know, sir.
So how fast did you travel?
I couldn't tell you exactly how fast I was traveling. I was traveling at a high rate of speed.
You were in a hurry.
I was.
And did you use any of your equipment on the vehicle as you were headed over there?
Yes, sir. Lights and sirens.
And the purpose of the lights?
So the purpose of the lights was to get everyone out of the way. I was responding, what we refer to as code.
And the purpose of the sirens?
Same thing, to alert traffic to get out of the way.
Okay. And so as you approached South Grove Street and Geraldine, at that point, before you turned off your vehicle, the lights and sirens were on.
Can you repeat the question?
Before you turned off your vehicle, were the lights and sirens on?
Are you referring back to when I was at the police department?
The trip down Grove Street?
I never turned off my vehicle, no, sir.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So no, when I got to the intersection, I put it in park and immediately saw officers taking cover behind the vehicles. They were at the time they were receiving gunfire, as what I perceived to be receiving gunfire.
When you say you perceived that they were receiving gunfire, describe how you came to that decision.
Well, so as I was approaching, I saw them taking cover, which means that they were they were on the north side of the vehicles. Their vehicles were facing east, and they were behind the vehicles. And when I got off the vehicle, I could hear gunfire going off. I made my way to where they were at, and my first question was, "Where's it coming from?" They said that they didn't know.
So you had gunfire, but you didn't know where it was coming from?
No, sir.
And the other officers didn't at that time know where it was coming
No,
from?
sir.
This is supposedly the guy who had a clear line of sight, and he still doesn't know where the gunshots are from.
Yeah, and right now at this point, how is he fundamentally different than Adrian?
Yeah.
Was there anything in addition to the gunfire that was consistent with the dispatch about the wreck and the shots fired? Did you see a wreck?
No, sir. I did not see a wreck.
Okay. Did you see a truck in a ditch?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you got out of the vehicle, asked the officers where the shots were coming from? What did you do then?
So as soon as I got off my vehicle, it was a matter of seconds before I asked them where where the shooter was, where they were receiving gunfire. One of the officers says he didn't know, or both of them. I'm not sure. Both of them responded they didn't know.
Okay, so he was after the two people of which one had a clear line of sight. So they are still not calling the two others that were there who actually saw the shooter.
Yeah.
So his body cam, although important for the investigation, tells nothing about Adrian.
I think it will be very, very helpful for the defense because they can point and say, look, here were these officers that had no idea where the shots were being fired also.
Yeah. Which is weird because didn't they say he had a line of fire and asked radio, hey, can I take the shot? Again, I'm unclear of the timeline of events here.
And I'm unclear, again, why Adrian is responsible.
Yeah. And this guy apparently didn't run right in either.
And I don't think he's correct because he said that any sort of incident that would happen on school property would be covered by the Uvalde School District Police. No. I think the first officer who went there and explained the car wreck, and he was the first one on scene to look at the car wreck, said, or someone has said in this trial that Adrian did. He said in his interview, he said, yeah, I went over because it was close to the school. The UPD will do the accident stuff, but I need to make sure the school's okay. So the school district police didn't take care of like accidents or bailouts just because they happened on school ground. Theirs was more keeping the school secure.
Yeah, within 5 minutes, there are 5+ officers at the scene, which is faster than almost every other school shooting in the United States.
As I am trying to figure out what the gunfire is, I don't hear any rounds coming in my direction. I don't hear the vehicle taking any rounds. So at that point, I decide to get up and look over the vehicle and try to determine where the shots are coming from. I don't see anything. I don't know where they're coming from. But maybe a second or two is when I look over to my left behind me and I see people yelling from the funeral home, and they're yelling out. I couldn't understand what they were saying. My concern at that point was for them. So I start yelling at them to get back into the building. But as they're yelling at me, I could hear them saying, he's running towards the school. He's running towards the school. So at that point,
again, how is he different than Adrian? A hysterical witness has pointed and shouted. Has he started running yet?
He's running towards the school. So where is the shooter? If he was there after Adrian, after the two others, how is the shooter still running towards the school? This doesn't make sense. At this time, he's already inside the school.
Yeah.
Let's
just let the man talk. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Let me stop you right there.
yes, sir.
I believe you said that your officers were taking fire. Does that mean that you heard those shots while you were still in your car?
So
I'm trying to understand, because at one point you say you don't hear any shots, but also you say that you were taking fire. I'm just trying to.
I don't. Did I say that I didn't hear any gunfire?
At one point you said you peeked up because you weren't hearing gunfire.
No. So I didn't hear rounds whizzing over my head. Typically, what happens is when you're receiving gunfire, you can hear rounds going overhead. So that was when I said I don't hear any rounds come in my direction. I don't hear any rounds coming towards me specifically, but I do hear the percussion of the gun going off. And it's a matter of seconds that I'm trying to figure out all this stuff that's coming in my head and figuring out where the shooter is. And I know that I don't hear my vehicle getting hit or their vehicle getting hit. I don't hear glass break. I don't hear rounds penetrating the vehicle. So, I'm trying to figure out where those rounds are coming from. And when I don't hear that, I'm trying to look, determine where the individual could be.
And that didn't assist you when you tried to look yourself?
When I came up to the intersection, the distance from that location to the school is probably over probably over a football field, maybe 130, 40 yards from where I was at to the school. And anywhere in between there, I'm trying to look and see where the shooter is. So I don't know. I mean, that's a large area to cover to be able to scan and look for rounds coming your way. And also,
Let's get back here. He claims he's 100 to 150 yards from the school. Let's check here. Here is school entrance.
Yeah.
This down here is 10 meters. It's about 10 yards. So 10, 20, 30. How is he 130 or 140 yards from the school if he's looking back at the funeral home
And if he didn't
and
know where
scouring
the
the
accident
area?
was,
And the accident is like 10, 20, 30, 40. Folks, I'm guessing they are somewhere around here. And that is 30 yards from the entrance. Not
Well, maybe he means
130.
that so where the gate was supposed to be closed from the culvert to the school is a football pitch.
Yeah.
So that's
10, 20.
no, the culvert's one over. It's
the culvert here. Yeah. Well, I believe
so maybe he's talking about the guy running. If you would go
yeah,
as
if
the
he was
suspect
over here, yes, then it's a greater distance. Yeah, that 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, yeah, about maybe a football field away. A football field away with gun, yeah, I mean, but it's a clear sight. There's nothing in between.
Yeah, and he's wearing all black and it's very earth toned. I'm so confused.
Yeah. Everything here up to the small trees, brushes, and a few cars, everything is in plain view.
Well, maybe this will make sense with his body cam.
Yeah. Sure.
I mean, or not. I mean, at this point, I would not be shocked if a episode of America's Funniest Videos was recorded over the body cam.
Kylie, if he knew the man was running to the school, why didn't this guy pull closer to the school? Yeah. Isn't that what the prosecution says? You have to go into it. Yeah. So why didn't anybody go into their cars and drove closer?
Because they did drive, Nick, around the back, all the way around the back.
For fuck's sake. All right. We are more than half an hour behind now. So
we're gonna.
And I'm still playing in 1.5 speed.
So you're receiving gunfire. And that's different from shots going. Why did you say receiving gunfire?
well, again, like I said, I went with what I saw at the time, which was officers that were taking cover. I determined that I did not. I determined that the rounds weren't hitting the vehicle. So that's when I was trying to stick my head out and try to figure out where these rounds are coming from.
So by receiving gunfire, what does that mean to the jury?
To me, at that moment, I know that there were shots being fired, but I don't know where. I don't hear rounds hitting the vehicle, so I don't know. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm not receiving gunfire. Does that make sense?
And why does it not mean that you necessarily are not receiving gunfire?
Well, I'm trying to make that determination in my head is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to make that determination where the rounds are, where they're coming from, all those things in a matter of 10 seconds, 8 seconds.
Sure. So a round could be coming your direction and not hitting a vehicle.
Correct.
You could still be receiving gunfire.
Yes, sir.
And so that's in one part why you're saying you're receiving gunfire.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir. That's fair.
I'm sorry. Okay. And so you peek over your vehicle and you say it's over 100 yards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To the school.
Well, where I'm positioned at that moment in time, there's an entire open field from that ditch where the vehicle was after the fact that the vehicle was found. From that area.
So he didn't even see the vehicle. So
No,
okay, back to map. He was here. Open field, clear sight, and didn't see.
And how can a funeral home? again, there's nothing blocking his path. So if the funeral home could see them,
Yeah, why didn't these guys see when now that they saw the guy from from the crash after the crash, saw
yeah,
him climb, saw him running towards the school. But that just doesn't make sense. But here's the thing: in a stressful situation, your memory goes haywire.
yeah,
That oh, look at that! Thank you. That is so generous.
thank
Thank you. Come Tennessee Girl. Gifted memberships to Keely Burke, Newport Marina, Hospice Yes, Grammy Yo, No Way, Miss Lee, Storybook Book Doll, Mimi's in the House, Daria from MA, and The Good Kimmy. Thank you so much. And now you guys have access to all my members-only content. You will have previews of videos I'm planning to release. And you have your own emojis. You have your own emojis. Well, thank you. We are doing our best to make the unbearable tolerable. But at
yes.
this point in time, how to make sense out of a clusterfuck? And I can't.
Yeah,
Folks, this is a horrifying event.
yes,
And these kids, those two teachers, deserves better than what this damn prosecution is bringing forward.
yeah. It's like
They are
threw together a
basically
case.
spitting in dead children's faces with this prosecution.
Yeah, and it's just absolutely. There are different kind of monsters in this case. There are
Yeah.
different kind of monsters. There's the monster that did this, and then there is the subtle evil of using the deaths of those children to try to put a man who seems to have done exactly what every other officer claims they were doing at that day, which was their best job. He did better than most, and he's the one that's going down.
Yeah. He lost his job. He has to now. I do believe the police union is paying for his defense. So he lost his job, but not he's still certified. But he lost his job. He can't work. He's out on bail. He can't do anything. He lost 2 years of his life.
And you can't imagine that living in that town has been easy.
No,
You can't.
because the narrative from the state has made him a pariah.
Yeah. So imagine living for 2 years with people looking at you like you are a dog. You let these, and I'll admit, I think both Nick and I have admitted that we started out thinking, okay, roast the coward. Like I was here to do a roast stream. Like
I
let's
was
make fun of dumb cops. Like let's do it.
Yeah.
And then more and more started coming out. And first I thought, okay, well, I mean, maybe he didn't do a great job, but and then I'm like, oh wait, no, he engaged with a shooter. Oh, then he rescued children, and then he found the key that you guys needed. The more that comes out,
Yeah.
it's becoming
Now, this is it's leadership, the school leadership, the police leadership. Everybody was waiting for orders that never came. That is a leadership problem. Yes, we can look at the videos from inside the school where let's disinfect our hands and stuff like that, and they should be mocked. But the fundamental problem is leadership, who could not for the life of them pull their thumbs out of their asses and actually do something.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There is a lot of blame to go around, and we
Yeah.
could be doing constructive things to fix it. We
Yeah.
could be talking about it. We could be having serious discussions. But because simple answers are good for politicians.
Mm.
You know, the person is dead, let's pass a new law that's not going to do anything, but
Yeah.
we'll call it, such and such law.
Yeah.
Or, we'll get one of the cops, in there. It's an easy answer, but it doesn't fix things. And my worry is that we are going to have another Uvalde,
Yeah.
and it's going to be bigger because no cop is going to be want to be the first one there.
Yeah.
I mean, if he goes down for this, what officer is going to run to the next mass casualty event?
Yeah. Let's make sure somebody else gets there first, lowering the response time. Now, there will always be cops who doesn't care, who will always be first on scene barging in. We've seen examples of that.
Yeah.
But sadly, I think that's an exception. Because everybody's taught, wait for backup. Yeah, I agree with Granny Smith. I don't feel like there's a blue wall of silence by any of the cops. In this case, they just want to find out where did everything go wrong, and I say leadership.
Yeah.
Absolutely leadership. The school leadership for making it possible to have not just making it possible, but encouraging teachers to have unlocked doors, to make sure outside doors were unlocked.
Yeah.
Why the fuck is not any in the school administration on trial?
Well, that's the thing. Let's take any other industry, like the airplane industry.
Yeah.
When they have a crash, they investigate it and then they fix or make recommendations. Why don't we treat these casualty incidents like that? Again, the school had a security system that was inconvenient and wasn't fit for purpose, so no one used it. And
Yeah.
instead of addressing that and saying, hey, could we get keys, or how much
A
would
key
it have
fob
cost to
or
make
what else? Yeah.
it is maddening that they probably spent like $150 to give every single one of them teachers a stupid fucking magnet, but wouldn't pay, to go down to the Walmart and get 10, 15 keys made.
Yeah, okay.
Let's stop raging.
Uh,
It was an entire open field.
The vehicle was already there, wasn't it?
Well, I know that now, but at the time, no, I did not know there was a vehicle that was there. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to give you an understanding where I'm at, where I'm positioned at the intersection. What I see out there is an open field, and then I see a building, the Robb School buildings.
And was there anybody in the open field?
I could not see anybody, no.
And between the open field and the building, is there a parking lot?
Yes,
And this was a school day?
yes,
Were there cars in the parking lot?
yes, I could see vehicles, yes, sir.
In the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would that shield the view of somebody behind those vehicles?
It could potentially, yes, sir.
And so as you looked, you didn't see a gun.
No, sir.
Did you hear any more shots?
I know that, like I said, I know I heard rounds going off initially when I get there. My attention turns back to the individuals that were yelling. At that point, then I ran back to my vehicle, my Tahoe, and I proceeded to see if I can locate the individual shooting rounds.
Because the people at the funeral home were
Yes,
yelling at you?
Yes, sir.
Did they give you a direction to go?
Towards the school. That's all they said. I believe that one of them had said he was running towards the school.
So you hear gunshots and then a witness tells you he's toward the school. Those two things cause you to act.
Yes, sir.
And you act immediately.
Mhm.
As soon as you hear going toward the school, you get up and jump in your vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And what do you do in your vehicle?
So the reason why I decided to jump back in my vehicle is
what do you mean immediate response? He's sitting behind, taking cover, assessing the situation, trying to find out where the shots are coming from. Because despite clear line of sight, he does not see the shooter.
Yeah.
How is this immediate? Oh, for fuck's sake.
And why is he getting in his car? I mean, never mind.
Yeah.
Why would he run across a field?
Yeah. It's a little bit better protection. But we are talking about, okay, he came there, he drove up to the two officers, one or two who was already there, took cover, assessed the situation, then went into his car. That's not immediate response.
Yeah, I'm confused
L-
because
ask-
at this point
What?
he's done exactly what Adrian did.
Yeah. Oh, everything is fine. Over here says,
Oh.
fun fact, I have a 15-year-old brilliant observant daughter. She noticed a few days ago that her teacher didn't get a medical emergency notice on her phone till 30 minutes after the emergency was lifted. Oh, for fuck's sake.
And that's the worrying thing. How many schools are relying on Raptor?
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's a serious thing we could be talking about. Are these systems actually good? And it's devolved into, oh, we found some guy to blame.
Yeah. Yeah, this is pure scapegoating. And I mean, there's a lot of information out there, most of it from the DA's office and people who want somebody to blame. And now we are at trial, 2 years later, and we find out about the absolute clusterfuck that actually was the underlying issue here with the school administration and police leadership.
Because what I thought in my mind was he was running through the school, towards the school.
Okay,
My-
that's two different things I need to understand. To the school and through the school. I need to understand those two.
Well, I was, again, I'm trying to process what people are yelling behind me while hearing gunfire. My concern is also for their safety and well-being. I'm yelling at them to get back into not knowing that they're trying to pass information onto me. And again, all this that we're talking about everything that we're talking about has happened in a matter of seconds. And so I'm trying to figure out what is going on, where the shots are coming from, in the same time taking rounds, what I perceive taking rounds, and trying to determine where this individual's at. When they yell, he's running towards the school, through the school, they're also quite a distance from me. They're yelling from the front door. So I can't clearly hear exactly what they're saying, but I know that.
So again, if they are here, full display, they are at the entrance of the funeral. That's 30 yards away. That's not quite a distance. That's actually quite close.
Yeah. At this point, I say we just move forward and watch the body cam.
Through the school, to the school, along those lines.
And would you describe their voice? Did it seem like they were excited?
Yes, sir.
Stressful?
Stop using the word excited. Say stressful. Say anxious. Say scared. But excited is a word of positivity, a positive word. Positive word.
Yeah.
Why do you keep using that word, you fucktwat?
Maybe he's excited delirium. I don't
I'm
know.
sorry. It's my accent. I meant four quad. I meant to say four quad. Yeah. If it sounds like I'm cursing, it's not. It's my accent.
Still relied on their information?
I was relying on whatever I could see here and whatever information I could use.
And that's from your 15, 18 years as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
And so you got in your car?
Yes, sir. I got in my Tahoe and I proceeded eastbound towards the front of the school.
And I think I got lost in my own question. There was the words to the school and through the school. In your mind, you're making that.
But again, because in my mind, I'm responding to this call and I hear gunfire going off. I see officers taking cover. I'm trying to determine. Then I hear individuals behind me yelling, he's running to the school or through the school. And my whole thing is, again, you have to take into account where my mindset was at. I was thinking, okay, I possibly have an individual that got into an accident and is trying to get away from us, trying to shoot at us. And I need to find this guy and stop this guy. So when I figured that he was running through the school, I was going to go around in front and cut him off and flank him.
Okay, that makes more sense because it is such an open campus that he thought that he was just going to be running through the entire campus to get to the other side.
Yeah, that makes sense, and it was completely wrong.
Yeah.
This is an example of when a person's actions, when not enough information, turns out to be the absolute wrong decision.
Okay, so in your mind, because it's either a road rage or a bailout, at that point, hearing shots, dispatchers told you their shots, and a witness says either to the school or through the school, that's the body of information you had at that time.
Correct.
And so you acted on that information.
Yes.
And you went for the purpose of, why did you drive? Or where did you drive, I should say, what street?
I drove my Tahoe to the very front of the school. What I was anticipating was this individual was running through the school to go through the school. My intent was to go and flank him and stop him there.
So you're thinking
Jump in
these
front of
things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you get to the front of the school?
Yes, sir.
When you got to the front of the school, what did you do?
When I got to the front of the school, I saw a vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed towards the front of the school where I was parked. Immediately, I had the chief of police for the school district show up, Pete Arredondo.
This was his primary jurisdiction,
Yes, sir.
and he showed up at the front of the school about the same time you did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, what did you do when you saw that it was Chief Arredondo?
When I saw it was Chief Arredondo, I mean, again, I know him personally. I was relieved to see him. And he's showing up. And so
When you say relieved, why does that relieve you?
well, just someone that I know. It's just someone that I've worked with him a number of years, and so just seeing someone that I knew. It's not that I didn't know him or know anybody else. It was just for some reason I had someone that was there with me. In other words,
Had you worked?
You had somebody there you believe would take charge and relieve you of the responsibility.
Yeah. And so we are dealing with an active shooting situation, or a potentiality of an active shooting situation, and you two decide to confab. I thought you were like running toward the danger, not having
Yeah.
a little kiki over here.
Yeah, so the prosecution is trying to imply that he was immediately running towards the danger. No, he stopped over 100 yards away and conferred with two other officers. Then assessed the situation, came to the absolute wrong conclusion based on information he had, and drove around the school. I don't blame him. But it turns out it was the absolute wrong information, and still, without any help of other officers on site, Adrian had this hysterical woman screaming about something, and all he heard was somewhere on the other side of that building, there's shots fired. She's claiming we are getting fired at. He is assessing the situation.
With him?
yes, sir. I had.
Were y'all at the same rank when
No,
you
sir.
worked together?
No, sir. He had more time than I was. He was actually acting chief. I'm not sure if he was chief of police of the Uvalde Police Department at one point.
And what was your rank at that time?
A patrol officer.
So he had considerable more experience than you did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, as in regard to Peter Arredondo, what did you and Peter Arredondo do? Describe that for us.
So immediately we both run towards the school to try to find the individual that was shooting. He's asking me, "Where's he at? Where's he at?" I relay back to him, "I have no idea. I don't know." At that point, we run towards. So at Rob School, there's a.
Yeah, there are two people with body cams. We don't know which one this one is. But by the sound of the voir dire, they were both running towards the school. Or taken to, well, they were separated. So maybe this guy, but then again, he drove around to the other side.
Yeah. I think they ended up taking, there's a north-south hallway. So I think they end up going up the north hallway and then linking up because Adrian goes in on the south side and they come from the north, I think.
And I don't know if this is one of the hallway guys. This is so confusing.
Like a circular drop-off on the very front of the school. And so we went through the front gate through there where they drop off the children. We ran through there and ran underneath the breezeways and ran past the cafeteria and front office, continued running and ran down one of the breezeways. I want to say it was second to the last one, the furthest south.
So this run from the front of the school with Peter Redondo, on that, were you walking or running?
No, I was running.
And why would you be running?
Well, I was trying to find where this guy was, this guy that was shooting at us.
Was time
I thought he was driving. What?
Did they charge Adrian because he said walk instead of run? He said, I walked over to the hallway.
I'm trying to make sense here. Didn't he say he got in his car and drove around to the other side? But
Yeah,
now
so
he's all of a sudden, what?
So he got all the way to the front. He parked, and as he was parking, he saw his bestie Arredondo come in, and Arredondo and him stood and talked. And he's like, "Where is he?" And they're like, "I'll know." And he's like, "I'll know." And then they both started running, towards the fourth grade building, so past the front rooms and everything.
Okay.
important?
I would say so, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you gather or get any other information during this round that you just described for us?
No, I was just actively looking, searching for the guy that was shooting at us.
Okay. This might be a good time for you to kind of show us the route that you were taking. Now,
Oh, really?
I know that you coached it up.
Clarify something, State? How
I'll
fucking
give you a second
kind
to
of
try to
you.
Familiarize yourself. And here's because we got Gerards that are here all the way to here, so the point might help you not to get.
Okay, let's see where he actually
So
was.
this
Let's
is
start with where you drove and where you started.
yes, sir. So this is where this is the direction I came from, and I drove on southbound on South Grove. And when I got about right here, I see the two officers that are already parked right there. They're parked facing east. And when I get there, I stop my patrol vehicle there. And it was at that point that I jumped off the vehicle, and like I testified earlier, that's when we were receiving gunfire. The individuals that were yelling are over here at the front of the building. And as I'm getting here, I'm scanning all this area from this all the way to this. In the meantime, I'm receiving what I perceive to be gunfire, rapid gunfire. And I'm looking through all this area trying to see if I can see anything, but it's a considerable distance from here to there. At that point,
It's a football field. Considerable distance is not a football field. Football field is within range of a lethal shot, which is 30 yards, not with a pistol, but with a rifle. 100 yards with a rifle is easy,
Yeah,
but it's not visually. 100 yards is not a great distance. Unless you're a fat fuck like me who can't run 100 yards. Yeah, me trying to run 100 yards, I'll see you next week. But
yeah. How did he not see the truck?
yeah,
I mean, I get that you're not paying attention, but you also should be observing. I mean, you called here for a vehicle accident. You'd probably want to identify that accident to kind of see an angle where he would be running toward the school, so you're not looking all over the place.
yeah. And his observations, he's literally less than 10 yards from a crashed truck in the ditch and can't see it. Now it's a culvert, so it's a little bit down, but I would imagine there's smoke.
Yeah, you would
I
think.
mean,
when I determine, or when I hear the individual say he's running towards the school, I don't know where he's running towards the school, but obviously from where I'm at here, I know he's running eastbound. I know that he's running eastbound. So at that point, I drive my vehicle this way, and I end up parking right here. Chief Arredondo comes and parks right there, and we both run towards the front of the school.
Let me stop you right here. So everything you have just described, was that captured on your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you get on foot, is that correct?
When I park here, yes, sir, I'm on foot here.
And after you get on foot, then the dash cam doesn't.
At that time, the shooter was inside the school shooting children.
Yeah, and okay, I'm not a good logictician, okay, and I don't know directions, but if you are being told he's running toward the school, why don't you go to where he's running toward? I don't understand trying to outflank him. This is not. This is immediate. Go and get the guy, not outflank him.
Yeah, but in order to outflank somebody, you need somebody running behind the shooter, getting him there to make sure he's not hiding in the school. Why is the first decision to outflank the guy without making sure somebody's actually following him?
Yeah, you haven't even located him, and you've decided you have taken no more information in to give you a clear idea of where he is, but you've decided where he is by magic. And
Yeah, I
I
know
do get that they thought that someone was bailing out, but you have a gunman going to a school. You don't put yourself between yourself between the school and whatever's coming. You decide to go around the school.
Yeah, because that, in order to outflank him, because you believe he's running through the school, well, are you trying to capture him inside the school with children? Okay. How
Nick,
the fuck does that make sense?
I have a simple fucking question. Why didn't you just go into the small goddamn parking lot right in front there? Why did no one pull in there?
Yeah. Why do they want to catch him inside the school and not chase him out of the school then? There are other cops there. Somebody go around. I'm going after him to make sure this doesn't turn into a hostage situation.
Yeah, he couldn't say, hey, Cletus and Beavis, go east-west. We're going to four corners him.
Yeah. Decisions that this group of cops made seems to be, let's make sure he stays in the school. Based on the information that they thought he was going to run through the school to get away from cops.
And they probably thought the school was locked. Again, they don't have the information, and it was never explained or...
Wait a minute. If they thought the doors were locked, why are they trying to outflank him?
Well, because they assume he's going to try the door and then run away because he doesn't want to get caught by cops.
Yeah, but they are always saying running through the school. Almost as if they know the school isn't locked.
Well, I think it's because part of it is such an open campus. You've got those buildings kind of. So maybe they were thinking, okay, he's going to try these doors, realize they're locked. Maybe he'll try to shoot him once or twice, and then he'll want to get away from PD.
Yeah, but let's go back to map here. He was here. He drives here, doesn't see him. Comes here, sees that his police chief is parked there. So if the shooter isn't anywhere near here, isn't seen, this is still open area.
I guess my instinct would be go to drive immediately to the closest entrance to where I am to protect the entrance. I don't know.
Hold on while sorry. Street view. I need to see if there is an entrance on this side. I don't think there's an entrance here.
Yeah, right there where it goes from red to steel gray by the sidewalk, that's a gate. Not here, but from the sidewalk, that little part of it that kind of comes in, that's yeah. And that might have been put up to protect the crime scene. So
yeah. So let's see a street view. Where are we? We're still there. Okay. They are parked here. They are looking over here. Let's see where he was. Well, he was closer to there. He has a free line of sight of anything running here. The funeral home entrance is over here. That's not. Neither of that is a great distance. Then he goes into this car, drives here, does not see anybody. That is the west entrance. Here. Yeah, so these fences here was not there at the time.
No, but what are the odds that Google Earth would be riding around in Uvalde right after the incident?
Yeah. So he drives here, see no shooter, see no shooter. Let's see here. Drives down here, still see no shooter. Parks here. So and here, in order for him to get out there, I mean, they think he's running through the school or beside the school, but they haven't seen him, so he might as well have gone this way. But here they see another cop, so they go the other round. Okay, I can see that. But why are the other? Everything here is an exit, and they choose here. I don't get it. I don't get the tactical decisions here at all.
Yeah, it seems like, again, this is the problem. This is why if you talk to SWAT team, why if you talk to people that are very at the top of their game, like the special forces of the police, they train every day because these skills do have to become second nature. You have to be able to think like this because once you get that adrenaline dump, you do stop thinking.
We are now almost an hour behind. We need to speed through this.
Really help us with you.
No, sir. No, sir, not really. I run through here with myself and Chief Arredondo. This is where the curb, the drop off where the gate is at. I run through this gate and run through this hallway here. It's an open hallway. It's just like a covered. And I run with Chief Arredondo, myself and him, run this way. And I want to say we got to right about here.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, then we start running up westbound towards the breezeway. At this point, we still don't know where he's at, where anything is. We don't know where he's located. It's at this point that I have enough time and I activate my body camera.
So that's where you
He didn't activate his body camera until he was way over there. Oh, for the love of fuck.
Can we drink yet?
This is why body cams should be automated and have battery time.
Yeah.
All we have is his dash cam with no sound. And this is what they were talking about during the voir dire, that through all this time, and he got separated from one of the other cops, they both turned their body cams on at the exact same time.
Yeah. Something's rotten in Uvalde.
Yeah, there's something. Now, I honestly don't think, I don't get the notion that this guy is lying, but it's just a really, really strange coincidence. I hope we hear from the other officer.
Yeah.
All right.
activate your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The delay in activating had nothing to do with not wanting people to see what you did.
No, not at all. I mean, again, like I said, prior to me even getting there, I'm that's not the first thought that runs through my head. Before I get off, I even see that officers are already taking gunfire. Sure. So again, like I said,
Let me stop 1 second.
Go ahead.
But I think you also said that when you got on foot, you gathered no other information.
no, sir. While I'm actively searching for the suspect, the individual that was shooting at us. As I'm running through here, I'm looking down the breezeways, looking every which way. I still don't know what he's wearing, what he looks like. The only thing that I had heard was he's running towards the school. I get no description of the individual, nothing like that.
And so where is it again where you activate your body cam?
I'm running through this breezeway right here,
Okay.
under this building right here.
And so you activate your body cam, and does that thereafter pick up the information during this active shooter situation?
Yes, sir.
And show us, and then we'll sit down and talk about it, but did you end up in the fourth grade wing?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
Did you end up in this building?
I did, yes,
Not
sir.
the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Just show us that route, and then I'll sit down and we can talk about it.
Right. So as I'm running through this wing, as I said earlier, I activate my body camera, and we're running through the wing, myself and Chief Ariondo, and I noticed what individuals over here on the south side of this building. And it's when I get to right about the edge of the building, I hear muffled gunfire. And
Do you do anything when you hear the gun? I was going to sit down. If you can just show me the direction you took, and I'm going to sit down and ask you all those questions.
sure,
Just the direction.
I continued westbound towards this building, and then that's when I heard the muffled gunfire.
And so when did you enter the building? You did enter the building?
Yes, sir. I proceeded this way after hearing the muffled gunfire and entered the south side of the building, this building.
Okay, so he entered. So that door wasn't locked either.
Yeah.
No, it seems like no outside door was locked.
No. And the neglect, I think, is compounded because they're all aware of bailouts. And you're telling me you've had more and more lockdowns, and yet you still continue to leave doors unlocked because it's, inconvenient.
Mm. This was a crow of mistakes due to both incompetence, bad leadership. But if we are going by endangering and neglect as a charge, I still say, yeah, number one, the doors weren't locked. That's on the school administration. Number two, police chiefs not being able to give proper orders. And third is the individual cops at scene. And I don't even count in Adrian in that incompetence of cops on scene, because he actually did stuff. They were, what 376 cops. 5 of them did something. One of those 5 who did something was Adrian Gonzales. I assume the other 370 cops are still cops. And Adrian is that on trial.
And now I want to talk about that a little bit more.
Yes, sir.
So you're running down that area that you say, you activate your camera, and at some point you hear muffled gunfire.
Yes, sir.
And do you react? In other words, do you say anything when you hear that muffled gunfire?
I immediately yelled for the officers that I saw, the 2 individuals that I had determined to be officers, to run inside the building.
Okay. Is that all you said? Run inside the building?
I can't remember exactly what I said. I was under stress, and I yelled for them to run inside the building.
Will your camera pick up what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did they go to the building?
Yes, sir.
And did they enter the building?
Yes, sir, they did.
Did they enter ahead of you?
Yes, sir, they did.
And did you get there shortly thereafter?
Yes, sir.
And was anybody with you when you got there?
Well, the 2 officers that were there, Chief Ariondo, had entered the south side of the building, and I entered after them.
Okay.
I don't believe anyone entered behind me.
Okay. And what pace did you go toward that building
As fast as I could.
when you heard the shot?
Yes, sir.
Muffled as they were. And why did you decide to run to that building?
Well, I had already ran through. Again, I had already searched that area of the breezeways. The way the building is, the way the buildings are, it's they're open buildings, open classrooms through these wings that I was showing you. And when I got to that last wing, I heard muffled. I don't know exactly where they're coming from, but I know that I hear muffled gunfire, and that's the only building that's left there. And so, I yell at the officers to get in the building.
Okay. So because it's muffled, your conclusion is it's not outside.
Right. Yes, sir. Well, I made an educated guess and figured that it was from coming within the building. I don't know for certain because I don't see anything. I'm only responding to the muffled gunfire.
You're just aware enough to tell other officers where they should go.
Yes, sir.
And that was into the building.
Yes, sir.
For what purpose? Why would you want them to go into the building?
Well, I didn't know if other officers were receiving gunfire. I didn't know where the gunfire was coming from. I don't know if officers are engaging in a gunfight, whether they're being shot at or they're shooting somebody. But regardless, we need to get into the building.
It's a school day
Yes, sir.
during school hours.
Yes, sir.
That's a school building.
It is a school building.
Were you concerned about kids at all?
From the moment I got there, yes, sir.
Okay. And so you went into the building too.
Yes, sir.
And tell us what happened when you went into the building.
As I entered the building on the south side, we slowed down a little bit and we're quickly walking through the hallways. As I'm entering the building, I'm looking around, and the first thing I notice is the entire hallway is dark. It's dark. There's no lights on. I see what appeared to be smoke throughout the entire hallway. I can
Could you smell anything?
smell something burnt. Something was burning. I could.
That would be gun smoke because you went in there after Adrian and a group of other cops tried to take the shooter out.
Yeah.
Smell.
Have you been around gunfire before?
Yes, sir.
Have you practiced on the practice range
Yes, sir.
and fired guns?
Yes, sir.
What did that burn smell like?
It smelled like gunpowder.
And so tell us what you did.
Well, as I'm walking through, I'm trying to look all over, look around because we don't know where the individual is, whether it's even one or two individuals, three individuals. We don't know anything other than shots were being fired. And as we are making our way through the hallway, it's dark. There are no lights on. It's extremely quiet. We don't hear anything. And again, like I said, there's like a cloud of smoke throughout the hallway. And the officers continue going through the hallway, and I keep looking back to make sure to cover behind us, because at this point, like I said, we don't know where this individual's at or whether there's more than one. And when I look down the hallway, I see the walls that have been perforated would look to be gunshots, rounds that went through the wall.
Is that important to you?
Absolutely.
And why is that important to you?
Well, I knew that gunfire. Well, the first thing I thought was, okay, well, we're in this hallway. I knew that at any moment we could receive gunfire and rounds were going to go through the walls.
From inside the room?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was thinking, we don't have any cover through here. We're making our way through here where there's no cover, but I knew that rounds had gone through the walls. There were sheetrock. So that's what I was looking. I looked over and I saw holes in the sheetrock, and I also saw spent brass rounds on the ground.
So there was no gunman in the hallway?
No, sir.
Did you still feel like he was in that building?
Yeah, okay. Now we know he came in there after Adrian and a group of other cops, of which 2 were injured. When
Yes.
they tried to take the gunman out, the gunman apparently was still in the hallway before getting in through unlocked classroom doors.
And I would be very I would note if I was the defense that he tacitly admitted by his definition that the hallway was a fatal funnel.
Yeah.
We have no cover. We were going to be taking fire. They could pick us off. So I would make very clear, did you consider that hallway a fatal funnel?
Yeah.
Because the state has been fighting the hallway being a fatal funnel this entire case.
Yeah.
After seeing the holes in the sheetrock and smelling gunpowder, and did that make you think, well, the gunman was?
Well, I am trying to process where this individual is. I don't know who shot the rounds or any of that. I just know that I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm processing everything that's coming.
So do you say anything when you see these holes in the walls?
I know. I told the officers to watch out that there was rounds through the wall. I want to say when I reviewed it, it didn't come out the way I thought it did, but that was my intent, to let these guys know that the rounds had gone through the wall.
So there's a difference between coverage and concealment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So was this, well, if somebody was inside the room and you're in the hallway, was that coverage or concealment?
Concealment.
Not coverage.
No.
If shots are going through walls, and you don't know where somebody is, it's neither cover or conceal. If you can get shot through the walls, for the love of fuck.
There were holes in the wall.
Correct.
Fair enough. And how many officers have been entered the South door during this initial phase?
3 and 4, including myself.
And who was that?
It was myself, Chief Arredondo, and what later I found out it was Officer Adrian Gonzales and Sergeant Page.
Not Donald Page?
Donald Page, yes, sir.
That's the 4 that entered the South.
Yes, sir.
And Adrian Gonzales and Donald Page entered before you.
Yes, sir, they did.
Were those the two men that you saw at the south side of the building?
I saw two individuals. I later determined that they were them. I wasn't, again, like I said, my mind was going 100 miles an hour, so I didn't necessarily, I knew they were officers. I didn't know exactly who they were. I just knew that there was two individuals in front of me. I knew who Chief Arredondo was because I was right next to him. But again, I'm looking down at a good distance and I'm yelling for them to get inside. I wasn't concerned exactly who it was at the time, but I learned later on that it was Adrian.
Okay.
And Donald Page.
Okay, because you're in the hallway with them and in there after you were with them.
Well, yes, sir.
Okay. And did any officers come from the west door during this period of time as you were advancing?
No, I know that there. Well, I don't know at that moment. It's not until after there's gunfire that I realize that there's other officers on the other side.
Okay. And so at this point, you're at the south end, advancing through the hallway. Be
Yes, sir.
careful,
Mhm.
looking back,
Mhm.
and tell us what happened.
As we're making our way down the hall, walking north from the south end, we're walking through, and at that point, I hear gunfire. I see an officer. I see an officer grab the back of his head, which was later determined to be Lieutenant Javi Martinez.
You know him.
Yes, sir, I do. He's employed with the Uvalde Police Department.
Okay.
And I saw him grab the back of his head. I hear officers yelling, "Are you hit? Are you hit?" And he says, "Yes, I'm hit."
Okay. And was that gunfire coming from behind you or from in front of you?
In front.
And so you hear gunfire. Javi Martinez hollers back, "I'm hit." Did he say anything else about his condition?
No, sir.
Okay. And so what happened next?
At that point, I can hear radios going off trying to break and trying to relay information. I also grab my radio, try to hit the radio to let officers know. But at that point, once Officer Martinez is hit, someone, I think it's him, he yells out, he's on the classroom over here to my left. And so at that point, I don't know specifically right then and there, but I know he's in one of the classrooms ahead of me. And I know that there's officers more than likely coming this way. So right when that happens, myself and Officer Adrian Gonzales run out the south end and start radioing traffic for what's going on to our responding officers.
And I don't want to get ahead of myself. Y'all do run out the back end.
Yes, sir.
And that's
South end.
about the south end.
Yes, sir.
That's about 35 seconds after this discussion about how
It's difficult for me to tell exactly seconds and how long it took, but yes, sir, that's what happened.
But your body camera was working during
Yes,
that
sir.
time.
Mhm.
And does your body camera pick up not only visual but also the sound?
Yes, sir.
And did it pick up the sound of a discussion that happened before you exited the south end?
After reviewing my camera, yes, sir.
And what was that discussion?
I believe it was a conversation between Adrian Gonzales and Pete Arredondo.
And what was the conversation?
There was some discussion about calling SWAT.
Okay. And that was between this defendant, Adrian Gonzales, and Peter Arredondo.
Yes, sir.
Within seconds of when there was actually shots being fired
Yes.
from inside a classroom,
Yes, sir.
Adrian Gonzales and Chief Arredondo were discussing calling SWAT.
Yes, sir.
And would that be the opposite of confronting the shooter?
Oh, you
Would be possible.
motherfucker! Moments before this, Adrian and a few others charged the guy who then shot and injured two officers.
Hey, Nick, I've got something. Let me pull it up, but let me share it with you because I think we might have caught someone lying.
Okay.
Because something's not adding up in Denmark. All right, so we have the official timeline from the Department of Justice. So it says that law enforcement officers, Adrian's group, went in at 11:36:02. Chief Arredondo didn't get there until several seconds later. So, again, there is something rotten going on here. These times don't make sense.
Yeah.
Because how did it take him? So he entered in under... There is something going on here.
The assailant entered at 11:33:02. 3 minutes later, and this.
Maybe I wouldn't question
3
everything
minutes
if we
later,
had...
I don't see. 3 minutes later, law enforcement officers from UPD and entered. Yeah, that's the group with Adrian. They came under heavy fire, trying to.
So if Chief Arredondo and this doofus got there just, let's see, 8 seconds later, or 9 seconds later, they didn't see Adrian. It's not that damn dark. It's the middle of the damn day in Texas. Even if it was dark, even if they had the lights off, it's not pitch black.
I'm starting to wonder if hold on. The assailant began firing at the doors at 11:33:24. I don't think that is. Yeah, he started shooting through the classrooms, but then 3 minutes later, law enforcement officers entered Robb Elementary through the west entrance. I don't think that is correct, because
Yeah, he said south.
they approached through the west entrance. That would be Adrian and the others who went in to confront the shooter and got fired at. I don't think the shooter was inside room 11 and 12 at that time.
Yeah, I'll have to double check because I have the Department of Justice, and I think there's the FBI one. And I believe, no, this is Homeland Security, and then there's DOJ. So I've got both of them now. So I expect long videos. If you like to just the sound of my voice and random cursing, I will be making long form videos of these so we can actually figure out what might could have happened.
Yeah.
Let's get to the
Gigi
body
says,
cam.
having watched a hall camera video, that hallway wasn't dark. Maybe it was perceived dark because he came from outside to inside. So the moment he entered, before his eyes got accustomed, yeah, of course it's going to be dark. But the eyes should accustom within seconds. Both videos from the school security cams and body cams. Okay, so we should see if Adrian and the other officers, if at what time. Yeah, okay, so then we should have timestamps on when they went in to approach the shooter and 2 officers got injured.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. I am going to be going through all of the reports because
Yeah.
I think we need some sort of clarity.
Yeah.
I think we were trying to formulate a plan to confront the shooter.
And that would be to call SWAT.
Yes, sir.
Wait for SWAT to get there.
Well, I don't know if they were necessarily waiting on SWAT. I know that
They already tried to confront him, you motherfucker. You absolute twat. This prosecutor, I want him gone from office yesterday. This is after they were taking fire by approaching. You motherfucker.
I think that they had determined that we were. So I can't answer as to what they were thinking, but
No, I just asked you.
sure.
Okay, fair enough. It was just call SWAT.
That's it. That's all I can tell you. Yes, sir. After reviewing the camera, they had mentioned something about calling SWAT. Yes, sir.
And then y'all moved out. You and Adrian Gonzales moved out of the South Lane.
Yes, sir.
And did Adrian Gonzales call for SWAT?
Yes, sir. I believe you did.
And what did you do with your communications at that time?
I noticed that whenever I exited the building, Adrian immediately immediately positioned himself on the east side, on the south side, but the east side of the building on the corner. I looked and I noticed that he had his pistol drawn. He was covering the east side of the building because we both were concerned that he might jump out. We had officers that were already in the hallway, and Adrian immediately positioned himself on the corner, watching the windows.
And as to those 2 officers, Adrian Gonzales and Peter Arredondo, who would have been of the highest rank?
Well, Chief Arnold.
And did you ever go back into that West Wing?
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you ever see Adrian Gonzales go back into the West Wing?
I do not recall. I don't remember specifically. I saw him throughout the incident.
Sure.
Again, he was one of the people who tried to take the shooter out, came under fire, 2 injured police officers. And after that, Adrian Gonzales got kids out of classrooms, found the master key, that everybody else was looking for, because he was smart enough to understand that, yeah, the janitor should have the master key. And this asshole prosecutor implies that he did nothing. Just walking around, just pacing around. I'm going to break stuff soon.
So now I want to ask you, you have had a chance to review the dash cam as far as when it first turns on.
Yes, sir.
And until you leave with Arredondo in front of the school.
Mhm.
State officers, it was 10:40. As far as this runs to the jury, it will show when it turned on while you're at the intersection, is that correct?
Say it again, sir.
As far as the relevance to your testimony,
Yes, sir.
the dash cam will show when it turned on and where your vehicle was and the people in front of the dash,
Everything that I testified to, yes, sir.
all the way up to the north end where you park.
Correct.
And then at some point, you and Arredondo leave beside the dash cam.
Yes, sir.
And that's the only relevant part of the dash cam picks up as to what your actions were, your testimony.
Yes, that's fair.
They will display exhibit 1040.
Yes.
So now we are going to see him drive approximately 150 yards and then park.
And I know that you weren't worried about the exact times or seconds, but the time and seconds that they're on top left.
11:33:07.
Okay. And you don't know if somebody can synchronize that to make that time.
No, sir.
So tell us what is in the foreground at the very bottom. Of the picture. Can you explain the black?
This is the hood of my signed vehicle.
Okay. And tell us about the other two cars in that photograph.
There are two other vehicles that were here positioned facing eastbound.
Yeah, look at these two cops hiding behind their cars doing nothing. While I believe at the same time, the shooter was already inside the school.
No, he
Or-
wouldn't have been inside the school. When he first got there, he should either be walking. He should be walking or very near to the school. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when Adrian drives by, he's already in the parking lot.
Mm. But Adrian was there first. Then these
Yeah.
two officers arrived, and then this guy. The accident was at 11:28 something. So this is 5 minutes later. Adrian came there at 11:31, I believe. You showed.
Yes.
And these are 11:33. We see 11:33 here. So in these 2 minutes, Adrian tried to locate. These cops were already at scene at 11:33:07. We can see that because this is when this guy is starting to drive. So they must have been there seconds
Yeah. And it does
after.
say,
And look at those two fuckers doing nothing.
yes, and you are correct. I pulled up the timeline. The assailant entered Rob at 11:33:02. So he was already in the school for 5 seconds by the time this man pulled up.
Yeah, one of these two asked for permission to shoot, didn't have but the shooter entered the school before he got an answer of affirmative or denied.
Well, isn't that because Chief Arredondo didn't want to take his radio? Like it was hard to clip, so he left his radio at the high school?
I don't know. That is one of these things that I don't know of. And why would he need permission? If the argument from the prosecution is, if you see this, you take the shot. Why did he have to ask for permission? And dash cam time might be. Let's just watch it.
This is Officer Blue Mendoza, and this is Officer Saucedo.
Blue
Yes,
Mendoza?
sir. Jesus.
Jesus, yes, you also call him Blue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the other officer?
Officer Sosa, the former Sosa.
Okay. And is that an accurate depiction of, are you there also?
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
You're in the.
Oh, he is in the picture. Okay, so there are 3 cops here. Well, yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So there are 3 cops. This is after he entered. If this dash cam time, he already entered at this time. And Blue is the other person with dash cam, with body cam, apparently. Thank you, Tree.
Lead, and is this where you're looking up over the car?
Yes, sir. Well, actually, this is where I turn left, and I'm yelling at the individuals at the funeral home to get back inside.
Okay. Now,
This
you
is
can
what I
have a
was.
seat. We'll just play it through.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna have some questions.
That's not me pausing. That is the court stream. What's going on here? Oh.
Okay, could you stop it? So a few seconds before 11:34:11, a vehicle appears on your dash cam. Whose vehicle is that?
That's Chief Pete Arlando.
And so,
It took Chief 8 minutes from the call of an accident. And within that 911 call, within 30 seconds, there were shots fired.
the dash cam then picks up what happened with Chief Arredondo, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And would you describe who that is in the picture on the far left? Far right? Would you back it up?
Chief Pete Arlando.
And are you in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Where are you? Okay, and this is 11.
Well, actually, no, that's not me.
Okay, let's back it up just a little bit more. If you'll play it from there and tell us where to stop when we see you.
Now, the shooter has been inside the school for a minute and a half, shooting through classrooms. Adrian and other officers are. I don't know. They claim they didn't enter until 11:36. I don't. Yeah.
I think that's me right there. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, let's stop it and go back. Where Pete Arredondo. Were you still in your car when Arredondo arrived?
No, sir. I believe so.
You were already out.
I got out of my vehicle, and like I said, I heard a vehicle coming at a high rate of speed, which was him. I also.
As we watch this, I just wanted you to be able to point out if you saw yourself. We can start there. Tell us to stop if you see yourself.
I'm not exactly. That could be me right there. I'm not exactly for certain, sir.
Okay. Coming in front of the car,
Yes, sir.
but is that consistent with you following Arredondo in
Yes,
the
sir.
building?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You go ahead.
11:34. Shooter has been inside the school for 3.5 minutes.
And it will take them 2 minutes to make it to the hallway. Maybe work on cardio.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction then of you coming to the intersection, receiving gunfire, being told the location and driving? And then,
Yes, sir.
Your dash cam is not real relevance as far as what you did from that point on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then took the path that you described for the jury.
Yes, sir.
And at the point where you have explained to us, you turned on body cam.
Yes, sir.
And does that then show the additional movements that you had in relationship to other officers?
Yes, sir.
And this is not just video, but audio. Is that correct?
Not the dash cam. The dash cam doesn't have any audio, but the body cam, as soon as I activate it, I believe seconds after I activate it, the audio picks up.
Thank you. 10 range takes exhibit 1041 to the defense, and this is the body worn camera, and it contains about 15 minutes of, yes, and it stops before children are evacuated, way before.
Based on his representation, there's no objection.
Okay, so then, maybe this way. Yes.
And his body cam doesn't turn.
And so, is this show a fair representation of where you are?
Yes, sir.
When you activate your body cam?
Yes, sir.
And who is in front of you?
Peter Arellano.
Thank you. So, okay. Does the body
Wait a minute. There's a shooting going on, and there are teachers peeking out of the classrooms.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Who the hell is this pink shirt lady again going out to check locked doors?
Oh,
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
camera now show police cars
Yes, sir.
and also the general location of these two men that,
I can't make an accurate. I can't see the two individuals right now.
they're kind of small. Okay. You go ahead and go. Thank you.
You let me in the building?
Stop. So did you see them?
Yes, sir, I did.
And so now the cars
Hold
that
on.
you just saw, where were these two men?
They were in front of, or I'm sorry, next to the south entrance of that building.
Okay. Between the cars and stuff?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
okay. Do we know that is Adrian? Or just...
Okay, you guys are saying that he's possibly in the building on the. Oh shit, shots fired! Get inside! Go, go, go!
I'm sorry to interrupt there, but that's kind of an odd dispatch that comes to you.
I thought so too. Yes, sir.
So if he's running towards the south entrance, those two guys by the cop cars, because remember, when he enters, he goes through and then he sees Adrian. You see somebody, ow, my head, and Adrian. They were already inside.
A female shot in the head on D Street.
Yes, sir.
But that comes in after you've already made your trip around the elementary school and just before you're going in. to
Yes,
the
sir.
South entrance. And is that the first time you've heard that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Shots fired inside the building, man!
That's not a dark hall.
Yeah, it's not pitch black.
And this is 11:36:07. That picture you, the timeline.
Yeah.
Is this
Well-
the time they are referring to? 11:36:07, when they are breaching.
No.
okay,
11:36:02 is when I'm thinking Adrian's group went in, and then the time is off of Chief Arredondo's, so he doesn't have a body cam, but they have him clocked in at 11:36:11, entering Robb
but-
Elementary School through the south entrance.
yeah, but at this point in time, according to, they already took fire from the shooter, Adrian and the other cops.
Yeah,
So I don't understand why they say this 11:36 and some seconds is the first time somebody breached the door. If this is the people breaching the south, because west entrance was the timeline 11:36:02. This is,
no, 11:36:02 is when I'm thinking Adrian's group went in, and then the time is off of Chief Arredondo's, so he doesn't have a body cam, but they have him clocked in at 11:36:11, entering Robb Elementary School through the south entrance. I'm just waiting for the defense to clear this up.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm just going to watch
So
defense
according
crosses.
this is when they breached the west door, according to the official timeline. And just a few seconds later, these guys breach. So when did the shootout with the assailant happen where people got injured? Because
I have no
when
idea.
he well, let's just watch.
Yeah.
Oh, and these were already in there by the time he entered at 11:36:06 or something. These were already ahead of him through the south door.
Earlier in your testimony, you said that it was dark.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear that there are lights on?
I don't know if those are lights or skylights.
Okay. But is this the condition that you saw the hallway in?
Yes, sir.
Could you see other officers?
I could see other officers in front of me, yes, sir.
Those are fluorescent lights.
Yeah, those are fluorescent lights. Those are not skylights. Jesus Christ.
Just Mary and Joseph.
Thank you. And who are these officers depicted in your body cam?
I believe Adrian Gonzales and Chief Arlo.
Yeah, meaning they at this time they already tried to take him out. So why does the official timeline say? I'm thinking the shots we heard while he was running there, those were the shots that were taken against this group of cops.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, let's let defense clear it up, and
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they'll be much more cogent. Let's not try to make sense of the state's case anymore. So this is where they're trying to get breaks.
Trigger warning, by the way.
Did we just hear the words "get SWAT"? Get
Yes,
SWAT?
sir.
And who was that conversation between?
I believe it was with Chief Arlo and Adrian Gonzales.
Okay. And was this on a school campus?
Yes, sir.
And it's because it's on a school campus, who had primary jurisdiction?
School police.
And you were there to assist?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
At this point in time, the shooter has barricaded himself inside classroom. Jurisdiction. Yeah.
Thank you.
Stay right there, guys.
Was that east corner that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And was Adrian Gonzales at that east corner?
He does get there. Yes, sir.
Oh, he's not there at that point, but he does get there.
Yes, sir. I think we were trying to advise officers that were approaching where the shooter was possibly located.
Thank you. And when we see Adrian Gonzales, just tell us to stop.
Sure.
Okay, guys. He's armed inside this building. We have him contained. He's going to be on the building on the west side of the property. Careful with the windows facing east. Right there.
And an officer outside said, "See that window shot out there? He's going to be in that room."
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Adrian Gonzales.
So he was aware of that defect in the window on down the road.
I don't know about a defect, but we knew he was trying to advise officers where he was inside the building, more or less.
Based on a window on that east side.
I don't know if he saw anything in the window. I just know that's what he was trying to. He was concerned with officers approaching. Is what was going on.
And we were still looking at that east corner. Is Adrian Gonzales posted with that east corner?
At this point, no.
No subject with an AR.
Is is Adrian Gonzales anywhere at that point, or maybe you could point out for us where he is?
I think as I move over to my left, he's on the right of me, on the right side of me. I'm not sure.
Did you see him as we were panning that?
Can you rewind it?
Yes, please. And tell us where you see him.
Yeah.
He was right behind that bush.
Behind the bush?
Yes, sir.
Adrian's inside.
Yeah, he was. He just testified.
You
He's
just said
in
he was
front
the
of me.
hallway.
Yeah, he's in front of you, in the hallway. You ran out, and all of a sudden you. Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, for the love of fuck!
And what do we see here?
It's Adrian Gonzales.
That's when he was out trying to get SWAT.
Yeah,
He was inside. Oh my. All right, let's bring up the defense.
yeah.
And is this when he approaches that east side that you were talking about?
Well, and earlier when you asked me if I had seen him, he was looking on the east side of the building behind the bush. You couldn't see him really well, but I could see his feet there. He was like I said, concerned with individuals approaching the east side of the building, and he figured, just like I did and everybody else.
You're telling us what he's thinking?
I'm
Will
sorry.
you let his witness answer the question, please? It's his witness, and he asked him a question. He's trying to answer it. It's on direct.
Go ahead, finish your answer, sir.
So again, he was positioned on the east side. As officers were approaching, he was yelling at them to be careful because the shooter was on that side of the building from the information that we had. And I think he was concerned with officers approaching.
Sure. I was just trying to understand the difference between him being on that building versus back behind the bush.
Well, the way he was positioned, I think he was trying to get around to see what was going on. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. All you saw was what you saw.
All I saw is what I saw. Yes, sir.
Fair enough. And could we run that through? And did you see more of Adrian Gonzales at this point?
Yeah, the prosecution trying to narrate.
Now, is this the first time you've seen him positioned at this corner of the building?
If you're asking me if his head is on the corner of the building, yeah, that's the moment he stops at the corner. But I mean, he's on that area right then and there from the moment I explained to you that I saw him on the camera.
As it's just clear from your body cam where he was. Where he was.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hold on, guys. I need any available unit. Go ahead and bring shields right from the PD, please. Over here. Careful.
And where is Adrian? Is that Adrian Gonzales?
Yes, sir.
And where is his weapon?
He has his weapon holstered at this point.
It's holstered.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to play and let the defense clear this up.
Can you contact DPS as well? I'm sure they're aware. Get a halo above the area. Also, if they have any ballistic shields, make a location.
Right next to the school.
Where he's not subjects in the school on the west side of the building. He's contained. We got multiple officers inside the building at this time. We believe he's barricaded in one of the offices. That's why they're still shooting. Tip for whatever we have, we're definitely going to need some flashbangs if we have any. I'm not sure, but we have a house that will break it. Guys, careful! Shoot in the window!
Now, Adrian was just patrol. This guy was a patrol sergeant, higher in rank. Why is... And still, it's Adrian calling the shots, trying to get help, informing people, trying to get people out of the line of fire. Yeah, and he's made good catch. He's maintaining a tactical position. This guy just pacing back and forth. Maybe this is the guy Flores saw pacing back and forth, because we don't know shit about what she actually saw and remember.
35. Roll that way. Switch over to PD primary. Switch to PD primary.
309 to, 309 to, go ahead, see if you got the mirror too. There should be a mirror there, so that we can go ahead and look around corners here.
122. So get it. The class should be in session right now. The class should be in session. Isn't it? 19, shut it.
Oh no.
Just advise all lines stating you got the shooter with 1 minute and 1 code. He's going to be armed with the rifle, or be armed with the rifle. You're requesting first combat if you're armed. Top of the building.
I don't know, 412, I don't know what she said.
Shut up, 3. I want to give you 28. That is going to be the suspect's vehicle.
Another good catch. Yeah, Adrian, tactical, looking back and forth, looking around the corner to see that this guy isn't exiting anywhere, while this guy on the stand is just pacing around,
Yeah.
seeing nothing, of no help.
Well, again, the prosecutor, we jumped from him being in, all of them being in the hallway. He pointed out Adrian in front of him. And then the prosecutor cut to a place where Adrian had gone out, and then made it look like he was coming from his car, like he hadn't been in there. It's so disingenuous.
He tried to imply that, oh, I see 2 people standing by that car. Adrian was already inside. By all accounts, Adrian was already inside. Who those 2 are? No idea. Because apparently, when we saw him run towards there, enter, Adrian was 30 feet ahead of him inside the school. Oh. And is actively listening to radio responses. And this guy is just pacing.
Frank North King, 5522. Frank North King, 5522.
Yeah, the guy testifying is taking cover behind Adrian.
I know, it's 1050.
Hey, 304, leave me in. Go back over the shoulder. Yeah, boy. You have a lot of people pulling up on, I'll get my finger over the club.
Tip one, have some officers that are available. Keep everybody back.
2 units, so I've got 2 dental deputies in on locations where we're just east of the building.
Does anybody have flashbangs?
Copy units, were you clear? Were you clear with my location of 401 with the shooter inside the building? Three with those effects, that was showing conflict there, correct?
Who said I saw a teacher on the ground? I thought she tackled somebody.
Adrian Gonzales.
She didn't say, I thought she had a gun.
I'm sorry?
He didn't say, I thought she had a gun.
No.
I saw a teacher.
You asshole. This is, let's see here, 11:45. At this point in time, he knows more. He already approached her. He already discovered, okay, this is not the gun person. This is 15 fucking minutes later. Of course he knows more now. I want to throw this prosecutor in prison.
He's worse than Binger. He's worse
Yeah.
than Hank. Hank would deliberately lie to like twist what the witness is. This man is editing things to make it look like. Again, he had his witness point to Adrian in the hallway, then had the same witness say, "Oh, he came from the car." Right?
She didn't say.
He
"I
can't
thought you
believe
had a
we're
gun."
this stupid.
I'm sorry?
He didn't say, "I thought you had a gun."
No.
I saw a teacher on the ground and I thought she tackled somebody.
Yes, sir.
When I came up to him, I saw her running and I called Jessica.
Yeah, this is 15 minutes later, as he has processed
Also,
things.
Nick, pause. Him saying he thought she tackled someone, that's exactly where you would go. If
Yeah.
that's what the scenario, he thought that a civilian was dealing with a gun person. That is the first place you would go. You would not look anywhere else. Then he realizes, oh, okay, not the situation.
Yeah. Good point. Once he's not actively going, hey, here's information, his gun is out.
Also, dude, think about cardio. You should not be breathing heavy still. Yeah, look at Adrian making sure officers that are coming to the scene aren't in crossfire. Look at this dude.
I'm over here on the south side of that building that we have him in. If you can go through Geraldine, and there's a parking lot, you should be okay. We got coverage over here on the west end of the building.
Go to the parking lot, you should be okay.
You know, there was a happy, innocent time where I thought that the lizard people that ruled us were really, really smart. Now I just pray that they're not actually functionally mentally subnormal.
This is why the aliens doesn't reveal themselves.
I'm telling you. Also, aliens, there are some of us that are smart. Take us to your utopia. We don't want to live with these people either.
Dear aliens, take us with you. I promise I can breathe ammonia.
She has tools. If you haven't already, get a hold of BP as well.
Wait a minute. Look at that. Hold on, I'll pause here. While he is pacing back and forth, Adrian is trying to point to him. Go check that fucking corner, you nitwit. And he keeps pacing for minutes. Oh, this stream is going. I mean, even with the Uvalde thing, yeah. Thank you guys who sponsored this stream, because I ain't getting no ad revenue from this one.
This is infuriating because, look, every single one of us was infuriated with that whole video. And every one of us was scared and terrified about, could this happen at my school? How did this man get promoted? Giblets.
It's obvious he's relying on Adrian. I mean, in a workplace, there's the official leader and the unofficial leader. Adrian seems to be the unofficial leader, and maybe he stepped on some toes doing it. And now he's not a cop. He's not charged with
Yeah, and
thank you for Tammy has been a member before. I think this is her renewing the membership. But thank you so much. Thank you.
Still, thanks. Come on, defense. Help us, save us.
Already, get a hold of BP as well. Just to let you know, we do have a suspect that's been seen in the classroom, and the windows are facing east. We have officers surrounding the area. We also have officers inside the building. We got covered on the west side of the building. It's a brick building.
We are over an hour behind on the live stream because we have been shouting and discussing and checking timeline, and
Yeah, we're trying to solve the case ourselves because we've given the state 8 days.
we're giving the state 8 days, and there are people out there that are within law enforcement and in DA's office that are functioning imbeciles, like the Jerry Holman from the Delphi case. That officer is a functional imbecile. This guy testifying is not a functioning imbecile, but unless he's under pressure, then he turns into this blibbering moron who just paces around and does jack absolute shit.
No, while Adrian's providing cover, he's yelling at officers coming into line of fire situations.
He's getting SWAT over there because the shooter is barricading himself. He's trying to direct this guy to go check the other corner, and this guy is just pacing around like he is. Yeah.
Also, why are we taking this guy's ID for gospel? Because he couldn't even ID himself.
Yeah.
Running in front of his dash cam.
He's shot several times out the window towards the east.
We have 2 deputies.
I would.
East.
At best, he is repeating what Adrian is telling him from over there.
The building. Jeff, southeast.
Hello. Yes.
Oh, man, how do you feel about the city?
Hello. Man, we have a shooter inside the school. I can't talk right now. Well, down the high school, too, just because the parents are going to go crazy. Yeah, man, we're attempting to locate, contact all the schools.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction then of the first few minutes that you arrived?
Yes, sir.
In Uvalde, elementary school
Yes, sir.
in Uvalde. And
He took a personal call.
am I correct? Well, let me just ask. About where were you when you saw the 2 officers? Because you later found out the 2 officers, Adrian Gonzales and Adrian.
Yes, sir.
Where were you when you saw those 2 officers?
Right about here, sir. In the breeze right here.
And they had not been they were not in the school at that point.
No.
And so
If that
So
is
the two officers that were hanging over by the car were the assholes who had a shot and didn't take it.
yeah,
Not Adrian.
not Adrian, which the prosecutor tried to imply. That's Adrian over there, right? No. Oh.
from that point, would you backtrack where you had come before you first saw Adrian Gonzales?
As I explained earlier, I came down this breezeway here and up this sidewalk between the office and the cafeteria and through the drop-off area with the student drop-off and where I parked my Tahoe.
And then your car, where did you park backtrack for your car?
So from here, from the front of the school, from the northeast corner in front of the school, I drove from Geraldine, right, crossed over this front lawn here through Geraldine and to the intersection of Grove and Geraldine Street.
And backing up from there, that's where we see you at the intersection.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And when did this guy? He ran when they heard the shots. They ran, went inside the school. Cops in front of him. More shots fired, and he ran back to take cover, and then ran out. Why is Adrian on trial? And then skips a few seconds, and oh, that's Adrian out there. Yeah, because while this guy was pacing, trying to get away from danger, Adrian was taking charge. This guy, okay, I need to go outside because the guy, They have been under fire, 2 officers injured. He goes out and calls for SWAT. Then he goes to the corner of the building, making sure people don't stop peeking out of classrooms, telling officers he's in there, watch out. He's taking charge.
Yeah.
Uh,
Tendering States Exhibits 1049 through 1056.
Let me just check something here. Let's see. When did he start pacing around? What time does it say? From 11:38. And there is where they cut out. Why does that say 11:30? Oh, no. So he is pacing around for 9 fucking minutes while Adrian is doing the work. But Adrian is on trial. Now, I don't think this guy should be charged either, but by comparison, this guy is absolutely useless.
Yeah. Well,
So
it goes
he
back
got-
to that training.
Yeah, he got there, parked behind to cover behind the others' cars, then drove around, was behind others running up. He was behind others in the hallway. He ran out first. That's the only time he was first through something, is when he ran out. And then he did jack shit for 9 fucking minutes, pacing around being useless. Maybe at times he was relaying information he was given by Adrian.
All right, they're ready to go. And they're just letting me on.
Yes.
Show them your States Exhibit 1049. Can you tell us the time that is depicted there?
Over at Rumble, really a Catman is over there now. Thank you. Adrian Gonzales seems to be a good cop. And the worst threat to bad cops is a good cop.
Yeah.
Everybody else who did jack shit and knows they did jack shit, covering their own asses, and the only person left who takes some kind of responsibility for things didn't go as well as it could have is Adrian, because he's an honest, good cop, and they charge him for it.
$11:35:20. And the man in front of you,
Chief Pete Ariana.
and you may have to approach the screen to tell, but do you see the 2 police cars there?
Yes, sir.
And do you see the small figures of the 2 officers?
Yes, sir.
Would you point those out with your stick? So would they be closer to their police units or the south entrance at that point?
They're next to the patrol units, yes, sir.
Thank you. In States Exhibit 1050, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Looks like Chief Pete Ariana.
And where is he on that diagram?
That's as we're approaching the that west building on the south
Appear
end.
to be at that sidewalk, that crosswalk.
Yes, sir.
And would you point out on the board what we're talking about the park, about the sidewalk?
Yes, sir. He's right about here.
Right on that crosswalk,
Yes, sir.
just as he's leaving the crosswalk?
Yes, sir.
And where is the closest police vehicle on this map at this point?
Somewhere in this area right here. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, we'll go back and see it.
Sure.
Fair enough. And the time is
11:30, 5:39.
11:35. And the next photograph, exhibit 1051,
Okay,
what is the time?
pause it, Nick. If Adrian stayed at his car the entire time, and remember that the radios don't work in the building, how did he know to call SWAT if he stayed at his car the entire time and didn't
Yeah.
get in touch with Chief Arredondo?
Yeah.
Can we just skip ahead to the defense? We are getting nothing from the state at this point.
11:35,
I say we just watch Cross.
Yeah, let's see.
What's behind the target?
Around even school. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, before coming here today, did we also ask you to listen to the dispatch that occurred that first 6 or 7 minutes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to listen to that dispatch?
I was.
And were you able to recognize your voice on that dispatch?
As
You may resume your direct examination.
1039.
Resume direct examination.
Oh, Jesus.
yes, sir.
And when did you make the statement? I think he made it into the building gap.
Is where the best.
Other than this time. That's fair. And I'm really asking you to identify the voice.
What do you mean by approving?
Okay.
On there, and talk about, you have duties.
Thank you,
in
Jesus.
criminal cases?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we had. I mean, I don't think that the prosecution added anything of value. Well, they haven't for 8 days, but in this specific. So let's jump up to the cross-examination.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Good morning. If I call you Sergeant, Coronado, it's only because I've been looking for weeks and weeks
I
and weeks
understand, yes,
at
sir.
reports. Would you prefer?
Yeah, he sergeant. He is supposed, and he sergeant. In front of him was police chief. Both of them were supposed to be in charge. The only person I see being in charge of anything there is Adrian, the patrol officer.
Yeah, it's the wildest damn thing I've ever seen.
How did Adrian know where the shooter was? Because he got shot at in the hallway. And this guy fucked off. He ran out. That's not running towards danger. Is this the state's wrap-up witness? If it is,
Mr. Coronado?
I'm not actually sure the defense needs to put up a case in chief.
Yes and no. So I agree and disagree.
Mm.
On the basis of this case, do they need, from what the state has put up, do they need to put up a case? No. Do they need to put up a case so that Adrian gets to tell his story? He gets to prove that he did what he did, so he might be able to live in Uvalde without this shadow. Yes.
Yeah.
So I agree that they don't, and it should be a directed verdict because the state's not proved a goddamn thing.
Yeah.
But I think they need to put on a case because Adrian still has to live around here.
Yeah.
And I think the parents and the family, the defense has been very good. Defense has actually put the effort in to respect these children and put on a good case. So I think in their line, in their mind of thinking, to set this record straight, to be honest and get a full accounting is something they owe the children, I would think.
Yeah, and as Judy says, we need a whole timeline if the judge doesn't give a directed verdict. Yeah, because there will be a motion of directed verdict. It happens in every trial. It's standard. It's to protect the record and everything. But yeah, A comprehensive timeline. What actually happened when?
Because this is also not Adrian. I think the parents they won't receive it well coming from anyone, but
No.
at least this isn't Adrian having to say it. So
Yeah.
it can be his asshole lawyers, because they're going to be dealing with the twin pain of not only have I lost my child, not only was this the biggest fuck up ever, but now learning that the state has lied to them about who was responsible for so
Yeah.
many years. And for some of them, it's going to be easier just to always blame Adrian.
Yeah.
But for those that are capable, giving them the truth
Mm.
is something they'll need.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Or does it matter if I do either one?
It doesn't matter, sir.
We saw each other yesterday in court, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you know that I'm one of the lawyers representing Adrian.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever testified before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in criminal cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you understand cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna ask you questions, and I wanna tell you ahead of time. I'm gonna ask you specific questions,
Okay.
and I'm gonna push back on you, okay? A
Mhm.
little bit?
Yes, sir.
A lot of it, I'm sorry. And I'm not questioning your character. I wanna make sure you understand that, but I am gonna question your decisions and your perception.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay. But if I get out of line, just say, Nico, you're out of line or something like that, or repeat a question.
I
I talk
definitely will.
fast sometimes, and so I'll repeat that, okay?
I will. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we talk about jurisdiction,
Mm-hmm.
a Texas peace officer has jurisdiction everywhere in Texas,
Yes, sir.
right? I mean, so you have duties. County sheriffs will deal with the county. City municipalities will deal with the city inside of a county, correct?
Correct.
School officers primarily are assigned to schools, but if they see something or vice versa, you're a Texas peace officer.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So the whole discussion about that just has to do with your job description, not your authority under Texas law.
I'm not going to conduct a traffic stop outside of my jurisdiction, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir, I understand that.
My-
But you as a Texas peace officer can make arrests and you can respond to crimes.
Yes.
Yes, that's all I'm trying to do.
Okay.
So the government also asked you about body worn camera, and we saw dashboard. We're going to talk about both of those.
Dash cam.
And when we say dash cam, that dash camera. So we say dash cam as a slang to say dash camera. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And dash means dashboard.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so body worn cameras, as you know, can be helpful,
Yes, sir.
but they also can be taken out of context.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair statement? Because when someone's wearing a body worn camera, it's kind of like maybe a body worn camera, and a lot of people wear it on their sternums.
Mhm.
When they first came out, some people kind of wore them up on their lapels,
Yes, sir.
and it was kind of weird. But so people wear them on their sternums because it's center mass, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if I turn my torso, I'm gonna hopefully get what I'm turning my torso to, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if my torso is facing the audience and I do this camera's not gonna pick it up.
That's correct.
And so that's why I'm saying context can be taken out when you solely depend on body worn cameras, but they're helpful.
Yes, sir.
And so you were at your office on the day of incident,
Yes, sir.
and you were performing your duties as a sergeant, and you were approving reports.
Correct.
And so when you mean you're approving reports, you were just, what do you mean by approving reports?
What I mean is I read over the narratives. There's certain things that I'm looking for in the reports. They, especially offense reports. I'm making sure that all the reports that had been assigned for that day are completed. An officer responds to a call for service and generates a report, and those reports have to be done in a timely manner. So I'm looking to make sure that all those calls for service, there's a report attached to it. In the offense reports, I'm looking to make sure that the offense fits the narrative. I'm looking at elements of the crime and making sure that the officers are including all the elements, and it's a clear, concise report. If there's things that are missing or things that need to be amended or reports, I bring it to their attention, and then either they're explaining to me what's going on or they'll fix the report.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, it does. I
Okay.
understand that process. And so you were also, but thank you for explaining that.
Mhm.
And you were also asked by the government about did you have any family members at Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir.
But then you went through an explanation, and the jury's heard that Uvalde was such, I'm gonna say is still such a nice, small knit community,
A close-knit community.
close knit community.
Yes, sir.
So, especially in the Hispanic community, someone may not be your biological or familiar uncle, but you'll call people tío and tía for your aunt, even though, I mean, I'm half Hispanic, so I mean, I get it. But it's that kind of closeness there, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Someone can be called primo, cousin, but they're not really your biological cousin, but you just feel that family environment in general.
In general, yeah, you can be referring to that if that's what you're asking me.
That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
So when you were there working at your office, you got a radio call for a 1050.
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't directly to you, correct?
No, sir.
It was, but that means 1050 means accident.
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point after that, and I don't know if it was clear, but at some point after that, dispatch reported shots fired.
I believe there was mention of somebody with a gun at first, and then it was shots fired.
Okay. And so an accident with someone with a gun doesn't tell you a whole bunch, because
No, sir.
in Texas, you're allowed to carry guns as long as you're not a convicted felon, as long as you're not a gang member, or as long as you're not committing a crime other than a Class C misdemeanor, right?
Yes, sir.
Then people can carry a weapon. And so that alone is not concerning. The gun itself, or is it?
If someone carrying a gun, is that what you're asking me?
Yes,
if it's
sir.
a concern?
Yes,
No,
sir.
I mean, we do have, but in the context of the call coming out, well, yes, it's going to grab your attention. There's a reason why dispatch is relaying that information. Obviously, someone saw a gun, and we're talking about an accident. So does that make sense?
Yes, it does. That's not, we're going to go there. And so,
Okay.
yes. And so there's something concerning about that report. It wasn't just mentioned just for the heck of it, right?
Correct.
And so you know that through your experience.
Yes, sir.
And then shortly after that, your concerns were verified because they said shots fired.
Yes, sir.
And so you testified that you jumped out of your desk rightfully, and then you went to your vehicle. But on the way, you called out to two other officers in the office with you.
The other officers I don't know if I made a general broadcast out loud. Shots are being fired as I'm running to my vehicle. That makes sense.
Yes, sir. And with those two officers, was that Officer Saucedo and Officer Mendoza?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Okay. And so those are the two officers that ended up not leading you, but they were ahead of you
Yes, sir.
and were on that corner on that dash cam. Okay. So I'm just going to need context to make sure we understand. So it was Officer Saucedo and Officer Mendoza. And just for clarity, there's two Officer Mendozas, right?
Yes, sir.
There's Officer Jesus Mendoza.
Correct.
Okay, so he didn't see, but the guy with the rifle saw, asked, "Can I take a shot?" We've been hearing this throughout the trial. So how did this guy not know? Because one of them why didn't he ask, "Where is he? Where is he?" And some of them would have pointed him out, because apparently at least one of them saw the shooter. This doesn't make sense.
And there's Justin Mendoza.
Correct.
And so this one is Jesus.
Correct.
Okay, so Officer Jesus Mendoza and Officer Saucedo happened to be, not because you wanted it that way per se, but they happened to be ahead of you and they drove to the scene.
Yes, sir.
You also said there were other detectives in the office. How many detectives were there?
I knew there was detectives in there. I don't know exactly who was there. I wasn't concerned with that. I was just broadcasting. I knew that there was detectives present. I want to say I visually saw maybe Detective Landry, Sergeant Page, and maybe Lieutenant Martinez.
Okay, just in general.
Just in general.
Now, at some point after, did you, because you heard some of the dispatch, are you aware of the dispatch communication between Gilbert Limones and the 911 dispatcher? It's part of the same group of conversations, but earlier on that we just heard.
Can you tell me who Gilbert Limones is?
I will. He is one of the people that works at the funeral home at the corner where that wreck was.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have opportunities to review that dispatch communication? The 911. Thank you, Bill. The 911.
We did go over some 911 calls, I believe.
And when I say 911 and dispatch, in a smaller community, a 911 call comes in, and the jury heard testimony yesterday that, I mean, it's kind of in one room, right?
Yes,
I
it
mean,
is.
so, and it's, maybe it's been updated, but you'll get someone answering a phone call and then dispatching, so the jury's heard on certain dispatch, you hear 911 in the background.
That's
and
correct.
on certain 911, you hear dispatch in the background,
Yes, that's
right?
correct.
And so that's why it's confusing to me sometimes, but that's why I'm making them interchangeably.
Yes, sir.
So in Uvalde Dispatch Center for that community, that was the circumstance. It's a phone call and it's dispatching, but it's literally, you're on the same frequency almost, not frequency, but you have a call here and you're dispatching here.
So basically, can I?
Yep, you can explain that, sure.
So yeah, a dispatcher is going to be performing their duties dispatching, but they're also receiving 911 calls and landline local calls, and they're dispatching officers from either these landlines or 911 calls that are coming in.
And that's all I mean. It's just, it's the same people doing all those duties.
Generally, there's 1 to 2 dispatchers on duty at that time.
And so by the time that you heard of the 1050, later on you found out that 11, and so times are going to be important here. So I'm going to go old school and write some stuff on this pad, okay?
Okay.
Holy fuck, we might actually get a timeline, you guys.
Thank you. So at 11:29:05, you didn't know his name at the time, but you know that there's an individual named Gilbert Limones that worked at that funeral home, correct? At some point you found out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the issue we're having, and I know you're trying to testify properly, and thank you, but there's been a little leeway because a lot of people, almost everyone that has testified has found things out later. So as long as we distinguish what you knew at the time versus what you found out later, then we're good, okay?
Yes, sir. Just to be clear, we didn't conduct the investigation, so it's difficult. We don't.
I understand that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You're a witness. You're not the one conducting the investigation.
Right.
Early on, you're doing an investigation. So we're going to talk about your investigation to incidents, but about this trial, you didn't do the investigation.
Correct.
Yes, sir. I'll make that distinction. So at 11:29:05, a worker from the funeral home, Gilbert Limones, calls 911 to talk about a crash, which is with the 1050.
Yes, sir.
But then in the middle of that 911 call, it goes from a crash to a discharging of a weapon, shots
Correct.
fired.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to put 911. I'll put Limones, okay?
Okay.
I'm not going to write all the stuff that goes on there, but if you've reviewed that, you would know, and it's in evidence, you would know that he describes the shooting. He describes to the dispatcher the importance and the severity of the situation. He pleads with her to please get people to hurry up. He actually gives a description of the person shooting. He's wearing black and he's running towards the school. You later found that out, right?
Yes.
Because you have to rely on the information sent to you. Officers do.
Correct.
So you can't control what dispatch tells you, right?
Right.
So dispatch never sent this information out to the officers? What in the actual fuck, dispatch? Somebody is a witness to a crash and then a shooting is telling dispatch he's running towards the school, wearing black, having a rifle, and you tell not one single officer from dispatch.
Also, thank you, Lawyer Rico Suave, for getting it a little 50 Shades of Office space up in here. I definitely look, I've been pleading with Mr. Mo to let me have one of those giant Post-it boards, but I already have 3 whiteboards, and the Post-it board is redundant.
Yeah, I know, because they were on separate channels and dispatch is doing 100 things at once. Yeah, but that is a piece of information told to dispatch. And nobody tells the officers going there.
Yes, Dolly, this is cross. We gave up on listening to the state because it was hurting our brains. And lo and behold, on defense, we're actually going to get a mother effing timeline.
Yeah.
You don't know what they're being told and reported, but you have to respond. You're trained to respond to what's being told to you.
I don't have access. I'm not hearing the 911 calls that comes in. I'm getting dispatch and I'm hearing dispatch advising me of what's going on.
And so when you talk about he's at this same call, so I'm not going to write it all down because I need space. But at this 9:29:05, Mr. Limones gives a lot of information to dispatch, right? But I'm going to tell you, but unfortunately, it didn't get to you.
Right.
Right. Because not only does he say he's wearing black, he's running towards the school, right? So he's saying all these things. He actually said he's shooting at the school at 11:29:05, right? Are you with me on that?
I am.
Okay.
That,
But I'm not, this is not your fault. You didn't get that information.
correct.
You didn't get that information. Officer Saucedo didn't get that information, right? Officer Mendoza did not get that information, right?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know.
Well, they don't have secret channels.
You're on the same fucking radio.
Broadcast on one channel, yes, sir.
And I wasn't being sarcastic. I'm asking.
No, I understand your
And
question.
so Adrian Gonzales.
you obviously
if they're
don't
on the same
understand the
channel,
question.
didn't get that information either.
Where is my emotional support stuff, Possum? Good God.
Let's see, it's 7:13 p.m. My alarm goes off as 4:15 a.m. How many hours is it? That is 9 hours away.
I really do have an emotional support stuffed Possum, and she was very loose with her affections.
Folks, I rarely do this outside of Fridays. But I do have Gonzales, tequila. Because this is out of my system within 9 hours. And since the man on trial is Gonzales, he should be awarded a medal. He should not be here.
Holy good Lord, good night, nurse. Y'all,
Maybe I can take tomorrow
I'm a
off.
lightweight beyond lightweight. Nick can handle a shot. I take a shot. There is a very likely Gosney moment where I just fall asleep on my keyboard, and I have to man the afternoon.
Yes, I know. If in the US it's, what is it, 1:15 p.m. Technically daytime
Yes.
drinking. It's 7:15 p.m. here.
Well, yeah, but you also have a much higher tolerance than me. I have the tolerance of a really, well, like a 15-year-old.
Well, when me and Jeff had our Viking drink off, I kind of lost count at, I believe, 24 or 25. And I was chasing it down with beer. Then my recollection is a bit hazy.
The possum can identify this. Actually, the possum is tactically daydreaming right now, so.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you so much.
Right?
If you're asking if that,
This is actually quite funny. Yeah, there's no secret channels. You all get
Well,
the same
They
information.
don't have secret channels, do they?
no, it's broadcast on one channel, yes, sir.
And I wasn't being sarcastic. I'm asking.
No,
legitimately.
I understand your
And
question.
so Adrian Gonzales, if they're on the same channel, didn't get that information either, right?
If you're asking if Let me understand you correctly.
Please.
You're asking me if that information was passed on. I never received that information. I don't know whether it was broadcast and I didn't hear it, or I don't know if it wasn't broadcast at all. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. And that's a great answer. But if it wasn't broadcast at all, that would have been critical information for all of the officers to know.
Yes, sir, it would have.
Because now you're not just going to a 1050. You're going to something else.
Correct.
You're going to a person in black, and you know that early on, if it was broadcasted to you guys, you know he's running towards the school, not walking around the school, correct? And you would have specifically known that he's shooting at the school and that there's someone saying, hurry, hurry, please, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, you, and to your knowledge, none of the other officers had that information.
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Are you, and we're going to get there in a second, but are you aware that the shooter entered the school at 11:32:58? Are you aware now?
I know.
Go into that, Charlie.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the government has stipulated, that means they agree that the shooter entered the school at 11:32:58, right? That is after almost 3-4 minutes after this, right?
Yes, sir.
And in these critical situations, time is of the essence. The government has asked, and we agree with that. Time is of the essence, right? And that's a considerable amount of time in a situation like this. If somebody is shooting, walking towards the school.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Officer Mendoza and Officer Saucedo would have gone to that corner differently if you had been given this information instead of just a 1050 person with a gun, shots fired.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And so you arrive, and then Officer Mendoza and Officer Saucedo are already there.
Yes, sir.
Now, I will represent to you, and the government can correct me, that at 11:32:23 is when Officer Mendoza shows up to the scene, to that corner. You okay with that, Bill?
Sure. We'll stipulate to that, Charlie.
I'm just going to put Mendoza.
Okay.
Remember, the shooter entered the building at 11:32:58, right? At 11:32:23, he's there. At 11:32:29, Saucedo arrives. And then you arrive shortly after that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, you arrive at 11:32:32.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when you arrive to kind of a chaotic scene, right?
Yes, sir.
We saw the video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you. Hold on one second. So, who is this over here?
Officer Salcedo.
Okay, now we can see, because the government didn't ask you this, but I want to ask you, what weapon does he have in his hand?
An AR.
What is an AR?
That's a 223 caliber rifle.
AR-15, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so that is what we can see, the barrel above him, correct?
Can you put a little further so I can?
Can you play a little bit further so we can see? But you knew he had an AR.
Yes.
There it is,
Mhm.
right? We see
Yes,
it.
sir.
Thank you for stopping. And so then we have, and is this you here, Sergeant?
That is
And this is Officer Mendoza.
Officer Mendoza, yes.
Now, you said a lot of things during this portion of the testimony. You drive up and you're kind of walking, it's almost as if, and I'm not being condescending or disrespectful, if people start running, most people might just start running because they're running, right?
Right.
So you walk up and you drive up and you see officers acting as if they're being shot at.
Correct.
So that makes sense that you're gonna act like they're being shot at.
Well, not only that, but I heard rounds going on.
That's important. So you heard rounds. Now, you know that shooting a gun can create an echoing effect,
Yes, sir.
right? Especially against a building with a high-powered rifle, it can create this echoing effect, and it'll be hard to tell where a shot's coming from, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so it takes you some time to orient
Yes, sir.
and to observe what's going on. And you testified to this jury that at some point you said, well, I'm not seeing evidence that we're being shot at,
Yes, sir.
right? And evidence I think you talked about were rounds bouncing,
Correct.
windows being shot out,
Yes, sir.
the vehicle taking fire.
Yes, sir.
Now, you know that a vehicle is not cover.
Correct.
It's mainly concealment,
Yes, sir.
and the jury's heard plenty about that. But cover would be like the engine block and maybe some of the area around the wheel,
Yes, sir.
the frame. And but Mendoza and Salcedo, and I'm not saying they didn't truly believe this, stressful, right?
Yes.
Would you agree that these shots, they sound very, very loud?
Mhm.
You couldn't tell how close they were?
No, sir.
But at some point, Officer Salcedo, and you're getting it from both angles. So you're hearing shots,
Yes, sir.
you're seeing officers that you supervise acting as if they're being shot at. You think you're being shot at for a period of time. You're hearing from the funeral people behind you, which Mr. Limones is one of them.
Okay.
And then Officer Salcedo has a different view. He's looking around that side of his vehicle and he's looking at this side, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so he tells you, I think I see him,
Yes.
right? And he wants to take a shot.
Correct.
And in all of your training, there's not one officer, law enforcement officer, that if they believe that chapter 931 or 933 of the penal code is appropriate, meaning the use of deadly force to defend yourself or defend a third person, that you don't have to ask for permission.
Correct.
You want to make sure that you're factually justified, but you don't have to ask for permission from a supervisor.
Correct.
And so that was odd for you, right?
Yes.
Because you don't even know what he's talking about. I
Correct.
mean, you know, there's someone shooting a weapon, they believe it's at them, and he sees somebody, and he's asking permission to shoot.
Yes, sir.
You know now that he saw that person go into the building.
I don't know who he saw or what he saw. I know he asked permission to fire.
Do you know now, though, that the shooter entered the west side of the school?
Yes, from what I was told, yes.
And it's okay, you can talk about that, what you were told, but you were told through investigation is that he entered the west side of the building.
Yes, sir.
And this is where the questioning is going to get a little interesting, okay? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Sergeant. Give me 1 second. Let me represent to you that before about 20 some odd seconds before Mendoza shows up, around 11:31:55, 28 seconds, Adrian Gonzales drives into the campus, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I believe that the government will stipulate to that, roughly around that time.
Stipulate that he actually was parking around that time.
Yes, sir.
11:31.
And when I mean campus, I mean parking in the campus.
Parking.
Yes. So at around 11:31:55, and there's no way to get it pinpointed,
Right.
but in that general time, 11:31:55, Adrian is driven into the campus, and you saw his vehicle later on. You saw where his
Later on,
vehicle
yes,
was
sir.
parked, and he's parked in the campus, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not being disrespectful because you drove up to this. He didn't stay away like at a corner where Mendoza and Salcedo initially were, right?
He was
Correct.
parked in the campus.
He was
yes.
inside the
Yes,
campus. And later on, we're going to see on your video that there is a an officer Randy Hill, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where we're going to see him parked on the other side at a certain time. Remember that on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk about that in a second. Now, Officer Randy Hill was the original officer dispatched to this. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
So Randy Hill is the one that was dispatched to this scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
But everybody else responded on their
That's
own.
correct.
Okay. And so we have Adrian there, and at some point, at 11:32:09, the shots fired was Adrian calling out to everyone, shots fired. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing that, yes.
Right.
which
You don't know the time.
I don't,
We'll stipulate that it was Adrian, but I believe his testimony was that it was.
Well, if he knows.
Suicide.
I know he did say
But we'll,
that.
yeah, we'll stipulate that it was Adrian.
So, and it's okay. You're not a.
And now the state, yeah, let's stipulate, because they
Why are we
weren't going to bring that up.
Yeah, why are we stipulating to things now? Why are we okay putting the
Yeah,
timeline up? This is
because
so strange.
They are panicking and stipulating mid-test, mid-cross-examination, because they don't want questions around this. It's so disingenuous. Because they knew this, and they actively tried to hide it from the jury. The defense had to bring it up.
A voice expert, where you, especially over the dispatch, it's hard to hear sometimes, right?
yes, sir.
But the shots fired that you said was Mendoza, it was actually Adrian, okay?
Okay.
And the government stipulated that. And so it would make sense that if you guys are hunkering down and taking cover as far away as you guys were, that somebody much closer to the school would be taking cover for a period of time as well, right?
Possibly, yes.
I mean, it can't be reasonable for you guys to take cover, but Adrian not take cover, right?
Depending on where he was at, I don't know.
Well, you know where he was at now. You know where his car was, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if he was around his car, kind of like you guys are around your cars, would that make sense?
Yes.
Maybe Adrian closer to the shooting than you guys were, that he would be something doing what you guys are doing.
Yes.
And you later know now, because school PD, well, you know this, school PDs, they don't have AR-15.
That's correct.
And so Adrian didn't have an AR-15.
No.
And so at some point, you were trying to figure out where this shooting was coming from, right?
Yes, sir.
Saucedo and Mendoza said they didn't know.
Right.
But you know for sure that Mendoza asked to shoot.
No, sir.
Not Mendoza, Saucedo, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Saucedo.
Did that indicate to you that he
And
saw
you
the
know
guy?
now
Yeah,
that there's
yeah,
no
again,
evidence
that's
that
okay.
Mendoza and
Pause, Nick.
Saucedo were taking.
That's the part that didn't make sense why he went around, because he said, "Can I take a shot?" Then when did
Yeah.
he say, "Oh shit, he's inside"?
And according to the prosecution, he shouldn't have asked permission.
Yeah. Why is Saucedo not on trial? I mean, he's not under the, extra education point, but at this point he's negligent in his duty, because this is the first time he's asked for permission, and
Yeah.
it even confused this guy.
Yeah.
Fire at that location. Do you know that now?
I if you're telling me if
Yeah,
that's,
there's no evidence. There's no defects. There's no evidence.
That's correct,
that
yes.
Area
that I'm aware of, that's why, yes, I testified earlier that I didn't hear anything.
And so I believe you testified that these people from the funeral home are. Did you want to say something? I don't want to cut
No.
you off. Okay. These people from the funeral home are yelling at you, and you're taking a bunch of information in.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
one of the things you believe they were saying was he's running towards the school, right?
Yes, sir.
And that would be consistent to Mr. Limones' 911 call 3 minutes before this.
He's running towards the school, and what does this guy do? He gets back to his squad car and drives to the other side. Naturally, because he believes this guy is only running through the school. Yeah, sure. I don't agree with it, but I can see the logic. But according to the prosecution, he should be running towards the school. Because that is what Mr. Gonzales is charged with. He did not run towards the danger.
Well, and did
This
you hear
guy
how,
took a detour to get to the other side.
yeah, and then when Nico asked him a very reasonable question. So if you guys were hunkering down, it would be logical that Adrian would hunker down. I don't know where he was. We just told you where he
Same.
was.
Yeah. And here's the thing. He's the sergeant. He's their superior. If he heard the question, I have visual, can I take the shot? Why didn't he answer? He's his superior.
Yeah, I don't understand why, even if it was odd that he asked for permission, yes, fuck, yes. I mean, I might say, do you have clean behind you? Like, check your background.
But according to the prosecution, that's irrelevant. At least they can slow him down.
Hurry, he's running towards the school, right? That would
Yes,
be
sir.
consistent. And so this is the part that I'm gonna ask you tactically and what you were perceiving, not against your character, okay? And you testified you're trying to figure out all this stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
You can put that, you can put that. I didn't know you guys could do that, thank you. And so we can't see you, and this is after effect, so some of the pictures the government showed you, there was extra cars there because sheriffs had shown up already, right? Well, I'll bring that to your attention in a second. But you guys are about right here, roughly, right?
Yes.
You're at this corner of the
Uh-huh.
funeral home, so you're about right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And for the record, I'm pointing to a screen outside of the viewable portion. And Adrian's over here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for Saucedo, to ask to shoot and say, I think I see him, it makes sense because this is considered line of sight, right?
Yes, sir.
So all of you, I'm not saying you saw him, but all of you had potential line of sight.
Potentially, yes, sir.
But we have verification that Saucedo saw him and had true line of sight, right?
I don't know if he saw him or not.
Oh,
No,
for
I understand
fuck's
that. We
sake.
have evidence of that. We have
Okay.
some evidence because he's asking to shoot somebody.
Jesus.
Yes, sir. It would. Yes, sir.
And it wouldn't make sense for him to shoot someone that either there wasn't a threat to him, that he didn't see had a weapon, or he didn't know was shooting a weapon, right? That would not be, you're not trained to do that.
Correct.
Okay, so if he's asking to shoot, he's asking to use deadly force.
Yes, sir.
And it would make sense because you guys are hearing gunfire.
Correct.
And they think they're being shot upon.
Yes, sir.
And you don't know this because it wasn't dispatched to you, but minutes earlier, Mr. Limones was telling the dispatch, send someone, hurry, he's shooting at the school and running towards the school, right?
Right.
And
so,
the
but
dispatch
Saucedo-
didn't relay that
I'm gonna say
either.
Saucedo just for speed, he
Hmm.
didn't take the shot.
He did not shoot. No.
So Saucedo had the opportunity, correct?
I don't.
To shoot this person. Well, if he saw him and he had an AR-15, that's at least an opportunity. Whether he's good or not with his weapon, that's a different discussion.
The only reason why I say what I say is because later on, Officer Sosella advised me that he potentially had a teacher in the line of sight. I
I'm
don't
glad you
know.
told me that.
That's hearsay, first of all. Second of
Yeah.
all, did this if the state knew this, if he said this to the state, which I'm sure he did, because I'm sure they asked, could Cicero maybe have seen a teacher? You know, maybe he did. Oh.
Yeah, but then it could still have shot, but high. To distract him.
Yeah.
Because that is what the prosecution argued against Adrian. He should have rounded that corner and taken shots just to distract him. Oh.
No, a ranger told him that. Since you brought that up, a ranger told him that was Coach Abraham, but it wasn't. Well, I mean, he brought it up, and I let him do it.
I don't know.
Overrule objection.
Thank you, Judge. Coach, someone tried to tell him, "Don't worry, you didn't do anything wrong." That was a coach, but that wasn't a coach. We know that now. All of us know that now. That was that animal that went into the school. So, and I'm not mad at you, by the way.
Sure.
So Saucedo had the opportunity to shoot, and he didn't. Correct? He didn't shoot.
He didn't shoot.
Let's just say it that way.
Okay.
Okay. And he had an AR-15, and an AR-15 from that distance is a better weapon system than a Glock.
Yes,
Okay, so he had the ability to potentially reach, right?
yes,
You talk about sighting in at 50 yards. Depending if you're hunting or if you're doing tactical training, some people sight in at an inch eye or 100 for a deer rifle, dead on at 100 or 50. But you can sight your rifle in at different distances, right?
you can, yes, sir.
And if you have iron sights, that means you're just putting iron sights. That means the sights that come on the weapon, and that's more difficult training than a red dot.
Correct.
Right. And a red dot is put on weapons at AR-15s. They have red dots.
They have-
And police issued AR-15s have red dots.
They can have red dots.
That one, Sauceslo did.
Don't believe so, no, sir.
And so you're saying, I want to make sure because we're going to verify this, but
Sure.
you're saying the Uvalde PD issued AR-15 with iron sights and no red dots?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll check, double check that. Okay.
Mhm.
So, but all I'm saying is an AR-15 has.
So that wasn't disclosed.
No.
And according to the prosecution, it doesn't matter. He should have taken the shot
Yeah,
anyway,
again.
at least to distract.
Yeah, he could have put it low. He could have tried to get the ground. I mean, that's what they wanted Adrian to do when, before Melody Flores had testified. He said, well, why didn't Adrian shoot at his feet? I mean, he could have distracted him.
Yeah,
When,
aim low.
yeah,
Fire
I
2
mean,
shots.
I've not been to many firearm safety classes, but they tell you not to, fire off warning shots or aim center mass.
Yeah. And these are supposed to be trained people. Even with an iron scope at 100 yards, if the moment that person is standing still, I would hit that target at 100 yards with an AR-15. And I haven't fired a gun since military, a rifle since military, which is many, many years ago. But I've been firing, I've actually been firing an old Mauser, but that was like 20 years ago, which is still a decade after, more than a decade after my military service. I could still hit at 100 yards. These are people who are supposed to be trained at it. At 100 yards, a person, you hit it at 100 yards with an iron scope. You don't need a fucking red dot.
Yeah, no.
The ability to reach.
It can, yes.
Okay. And so ability and opportunity. Now, even though Mendoza was hiding, he had potential line of sight, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mendoza did not do anything to distract or deter or to stop this person from going into the school.
No.
No, and neither did Sauceslo.
No.
And you came a little bit later, and I'm not being mean to you, you didn't either.
No.
Because you didn't see him.
Correct.
Okay. But you're hearing from behind you, he's running towards the school.
Yes.
And then towards the school, but in your mind, and it's important what was in your mind,
Yes.
Sarge, in your mind, you're thinking this is probably another bailout.
The potential to be, yes, sir.
Well,
This guy had the information. There's a car crash. There's shots fired. Somebody's walking towards the school. For general a one or a two, if you had that information, car crash, shots fired, gunman headed to the school, towards the school, would you still say that's it? It's more or less a drill situation?
Well, I think what they were used to is people bailing out and running, whether on school property or off. So, but still, at that point, you can't afford to assume that it's going to be like anything else. You have an unknown person with a force multiplier near children. You can't assume anything. You have to, you have to assume the worst possible thing, not the, easiest thought.
The state's case relies on people covering their asses. And they are charging the one person who in an interview might have said there were mistakes made. It's scapegoating.
Also, who is the Texas Ranger that told Saucedo that it was actually a coach that he cited in?
Yeah, whoever that was
the
needs
Texas
eye
Rangers
surgery.
Have known but nothing about the general case.
Yeah.
So I'm shocked that he was able to ascertain that.
You made a decision. You made a decision that even though you three knew that this person, whoever, we didn't know at the time who it was, entered the school, that you were going to travel around to hopefully catch him as this person went through the school. Did I misunderstand you?
Sir.
Okay.
No, you did.
No, that was what the prosecution. But we could see him clearly, dash cam. They were gathering up, and then they ran towards the front of the school. I don't remember anyone saying shots fired. So they parked back there, and then ran towards the front of the school. Probably because they had people covering that area already, so they ran up. I don't know it.
Okay.
Because that's not, I never saw anyone that was a suspect. I never saw anyone with a gun. I never saw him enter the school. I never saw any of that. My whole intent was to drive around to intercept the individual that was shooting.
Stop. So how would you intercept the individual over here? How did you know he was going to be over here?
I don't know.
What made you think that though?
Because there's no other buildings west of us. We were on the complete west side of the property.
Yes, sir.
There's only one way direction to run, either south or west.
Okay.
I'm sorry, east.
Okay. And so what path did you think this person was taking for you to intercept them?
Well, tactically, like I said, if he's running towards the school, that's
Mhm.
any direction this way, whether it be south or east.
Okay.
So my intent was, if he's running towards the school or past the school or running towards the school, I'm going to swing around and flank him that way.
But if he is running on that side of the school, you are observing while you're driving that side of the fucking school. You didn't see him.
I think we found the person that approved Operation Barbarossa.
This doesn't make sense. I believe this is an imaginary reconstruction. If we believe that this guy was running past the school to the other side, well, let's check. I still have. So he's over here. He believes that the person is running here, or something of the sort. He's driving here and sees nobody. Remember, he cuts off here, still sees jack shit, parks here. He still claims to think he is running on the outside of the school. And what does he do? He runs down here and goes up here. No. This makes no logical sense. Well, he's up here, claims to think, yeah, he's running beside the school. Yeah, but you were driving here quite fast.
And there are still open spaces where I would be checking. Again, he cut off and drove into a yard.
Yeah,
if I'm driving, I'm extra aware near a school.
Yeah.
Get him, Nico. I want to see how Nico.
This doesn't make sense. No, this is bullshit. This is him protecting his own fat ass. If he actually believes that the person with the gun is running beside the school here. Well, he's driving this fucking road and doesn't see him. And then he parks and runs down here and up here. Why?
Yeah, and then they run
Why
past
does
the
he run here?
I don't.
If he believes the guy is on this side of...
Nick, I told you it wasn't going to make sense where they went, because they circle around out back for reasons.
Yeah, I call bullshit. Ronan, good questions. Are we more critical of this officer's action only because they are prosecuting Gonzales for his actions, or do we think this officer should be held accountable for his actions alone? I don't think either of these guys should be on trial.
Yeah,
but
I think
comparably with Gonzales, this guy really did jack shit.
Yes, and they're holding Adrian to an impossible standard and excusing deficiencies in others, and that's the irritation. That's where we get.
Yeah, that's the irritation. I don't believe either of them are at the level of being short of neglect. Either of them.
No.
And I said this a few times. This entire event is on one person and one person only, the shooter. If we are talking about neglect and putting people in danger, school administration who left doors unlocked and gave teachers magnets to keep doors being unlocked. Then you have chief for idiot orders, and then third, dispatch for not relaying crucial information to the officers at site.
And here's the thing. It's easy to sell parents who have lost everything on vengeance. Vengeance is very easy.
Yeah.
What's harder is to sit down and admit that there were multi-level mistakes and that we have a lot of fixing to do.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Politicians and district attorneys, police chiefs wants to be re-elected. None of them wants to go to the parents and do the right thing and say, yeah, we fucked up. There's a lot of blame going on. None of it goes to becoming criminal. They can't say that because they won't be re-elected. And I understand the parents. They desperately want somebody to blame, and since the shooter is dead, I understand the need to blame somebody alive. I don't agree with it, but I'm not in their situation. There are people in Uvalde who wants to blame somebody who is alive, somebody who they can look in the eye and say, you're to blame.
Yeah, and if your relative is a teacher and maybe, in the heat of the moment, and again, these teachers are teachers. I don't know how I'd react to force multiplier fire.
Yeah.
So I might have been just like the male teacher, scared. I'm not going to mess with it. It'll be okay.
And just to point out how badly trained the teachers was, there were audibly gunfire, cops running, and the teacher peeks out her door. The woman in the pink. They were supposed to be locked doors, hidden, lights out. And she, without hesitation, I assume it's a she, just peeks out the door. That's the level of training the teachers had.
Oh, but how would you flank him if you don't know where he's going or what path? It's like if you're in hot pursuit, you're pursuing someone that you've seen, you identified that they need to be detained, and you know where they're going. So if I see someone run through those doors, I'm not going to run through this door because that goes to the jury room. I'm going to run through that door, or if I know, because I do know now because I've been here for 2 weeks, that if I go through that exit door, I can intercept the people that went through that back door. Does that make sense? Because I saw them go through that door.
What I'm saying is, we had the individuals at the funeral home were saying he was running towards the school.
Yes, sir.
From that, my position and where they were also behind me, there's only one direction to go, either east or south.
Okay.
He wasn't running towards us. He wasn't.
So how would you get to this? If you're going to go intercept them, you were going to intercept them here? Because you didn't drive over here, you drove over here?
Correct.
Okay, so
Well,
again,
because
okay.
again, the street comes this way. I position myself to have every opportunity. If he was running straight, I could intercept him there, or if he continued running south, east, I could intercept him there. I was giving myself an opportunity to intercept them either way from the very corner of the property all the way that way south.
But if you're going to intercept him going here, how would he go? How would he travel this way? Because you're on this road, so you know he's not on this road, right?
Correct.
And this is the north side of the school, so you know he's not running around the school in the north, right?
Well, I knew he was. I don't know where he was at. I knew that he was in the general vicinity of this area. Because I could hear rounds going off, but I wasn't sure exactly where.
So you drove away from the rounds?
Yeah, you just testified. You heard shots going off, and you kept driving past it. According to the prosecution, you should be charged. You should be stopping your vehicle and run towards the danger. Again, I don't think this guy should be charged either. I don't think she should be in charge of other cops, barely being a cop based on his intuition and how he paced for 9 fucking minutes doing jack shit on his own body cam, while Adrian Gonzales directed people, telling teachers to stay in the classroom, telling cops, watch out. And he just paced.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, it makes sense what you're telling me, but I'm not sure.
You're asking me if how would I intercept him if he was in? Well, what you're saying is that's exactly why I ended up this way, coming around this way, because we were running through the breezeways trying to intercept him.
Yeah, but why would you then park? If you, by now, according to yourself, you were driving here, you didn't see him, you didn't see him, you didn't see him, you didn't see him. Why do you park here?
Yeah, why don't you cut him off at the breezeway?
Yeah. Why? Because here, you can drive. There's nothing stopping you from driving here.
Well, I'm thinking
Or
on the
standing
other
here.
side,
Yeah.
where he drove over on the grassy knoll, you just intercept the breezeway.
Yeah. Why did you park here if you say, well, he by now, you know he's not this way. By his own logic, oh, he went the other way. Let's see here. Now, there might be ways for him to run here, but yeah, it doesn't make sense. Because he parked here, and then they came running around here, up here. What the fuck? Yeah,
But if someone says, I'm running towards the school, you came around as if they were running through the school, and you kind of
Correct.
said that a little bit,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So had you contemplated that this person, whoever they were, wherever they were, was going through the school?
No.
Okay.
You-
But you knew he's not here, so the only other thing is it could be either here or through the school. Those are the only other options, right?
Yes, sir. And the
So-
reason I'm telling you is because, like I said, I'm already positioned here, and the only thing to do is to intercept him. I'm trying to intercept him as he's going through the school.
I'm gonna ask you a question. So you have this covered, you have line of sight, and you've seen this, and you see nothing here.
Correct.
If someone's running to the school, they're either gonna run into the school or this way. So I'm asking, and try to remember what you were thinking. Why wouldn't you drive this way and make another assessment and try to see this person?
Well, because again, when they were saying he's running to the school or through the school, I was anticipating to intercept him that way.
So if someone
Now you're contradicting yourself. You said, no, you never contemplated him running through the school. And here you're saying, yeah, through the school.
runs through the
Jesus.
school, that means they have to
I
go
was still gonna run through. I was gonna work my way through, which I did, pass through the school.
But if
No, you didn't. Again, he drove down here, didn't see him, drove here, parked here, run through here. If he thought he was going to run through the school, he would have run up here. He didn't. They went all the way down here and up here. This is a guy who panicked. I better catch him at the other side of the school. That was probably the only thought that went through him. Not that he was running through, outside, north, east, west, south. He was...
Well, it can also
Oh.
be that
I couldn't hear from that distance. I'm getting gunfire, and then I'm also having people yell at me. I have officers down, and I'm trying to get as much information.
officers down.
What?
Who did he? Who are his officers down?
Well, there was no officers shot at that time. That came a few minutes later.
Yeah.
Now he's just making shit up.
Possibly could.
got it. But still, you didn't make the decision to do this and
No.
drive to the, like, but that could have been a decision somebody
Could have
could have
been,
made.
yes.
Where you would drive closer, move up, go towards the shooting, because this jury and the government's made a big deal about training and officers. And the training is that you always run where? Towards the shooting.
Yes.
Towards the shooting. And the
Yes.
shooting was over here. But and again, I'm not saying you should be
No.
prosecuted, by the way. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that you and the other two officers did not go towards the shooting.
What we did do towards the shooting, my whole intent was to, again, I'm not just driving because I want to drive or I'm hearing, I'm also being told that he's running through the school or to the school. So the only option is either he's running east or he's running south. So my best advantage point would be here so that I can intercept him one way or another. That was my intent.
Okay, I understand. Well, was it ever? But he's either gonna to intercept him over there, and I'll move on because it seems like we're not gonna see on this one. We're not gonna see eye to eye. He either has to go through the school or go this way, right? That's
Correct.
the only other way because he's not gonna jump the school, and he's not here because you have line of sight here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so the three officers here did not go towards the shooting, right? Did not go towards the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there was definitely shooting on this side, correct? And I'm not saying you saw him because you said you
No, I
didn't,
didn't.
and I have no reason to not believe you. But then Saucedo did, it appears, we have evidence, we have some evidence coming from him that he saw this individual because he asked to shoot.
He asked permission to
Right.
fire.
And so you drive off and we now know.
And he didn't ask where.
Yeah, I would think can I shoot? What do you see? What do you see? Where do you see? Point him out. Like, what's his 6? Where's his location? Is he at my 1 o'clock, my 2
Yeah,
o'clock?
or speculation. He left, then they saw the shooter. Can I take the shot? And then he entered the school. Did anybody radio that in? Have we heard that? No, we haven't heard anybody radioing in information, only the 911 calls. Where is the radio thingies?
Yeah.
What people said radioing in? Or did that mysteriously go missing? Where is the
Yeah.
information people let into dispatch, or through other, or did they just shout it out in the radio, which he had access to?
Yeah,
Either way, out of the, now we know about Adrian, this guy, and 2 others, 4 people first on site. The only one driving towards perception of danger was Adrian, who saw somebody fall over. Either it might be assailant, it might be a victim, who knows? At that point in time, he drives up there, out, discovered, oh, it's a teacher. A frantic teacher pointing somewhere around there. He's somewhere around there. Shots fired. He's assessing. These guy, him and his 2 other officers are still hiding behind their cars. Then he takes off. All of a sudden, another cop, what's his name?
Arredondo.
Gets a line of fire.
Or no, Sacedo.
Sacedo gets a line of fire. Ask for permission, which, according to the prosecution, he shouldn't have. While this guy is driving off.
Yeah,
And
I think it's good for the jury to see that, and to remind them that there were mistakes made by a lot of people, and the state isn't going after them.
yeah, and I want to listen to the if these are auto recorded, these needs to be played, because if they are even shouting through the radio, I want to hear what was shouted through radio.
Yeah.
Because if he radioed, can I take a shot? Meaning, then everybody there, okay, this guy knows where he is.
Yeah, and you would think if he didn't take the shot, he'd say, oh, he's going in. I see him opening the door. He's going in.
That he went in here.
Yes.
We won't have a lunch today. Do you know that one?
And then these
Yeah.
Mendoza and Saucedo stay back. They stay back with the AR-15 and the other 2 officers together. They stay back.
Okay.
And you drive around, correct? And we saw your body
Yes.
cam. Okay, I just want to make sure. And we can see, can you switch that picture, Jason, please? Where we see Adrian's car? The next one with Adrian's car? Okay. And so now we've moved up closer and we can see where Adrian's at. Now, you didn't know Adrian was over here, right?
No.
Okay. But you can see, they're not contesting this. 100% Adrian has 0 line of sight, correct?
Mhm.
Is that true? Is that yes? He has no line of sight from here. Nobody.
There, no.
Right. And so you guys are here, and even though you're on the side of the shooting, you did not see the shooter?
No.
And I believe you, by the way. And you couldn't tell where the shooting was coming from for sure.
Correct.
And you're on the side of the shooting.
Correct.
Adrian's not on the side of the shooting, right?
Right.
Doesn't it seem unreasonable for someone to expect Adrian to know where this shooting's coming from, but you guys not to know where it's coming from? Doesn't that seem unreasonable? Not you, someone else.
Me?
Bill, yes. And Christina, be fair.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be unreasonable to you, right?
Yes.
Okay, because to put on this person here, Adrian, by sound, with no line of sight and no opportunity nor ability to know exactly where this shooting is coming from and to run to the shooting, but 3 officers, again, with potential line of sight,
Right.
one of them having them on the side of the shooting, they did not run to the shooting, but ignore them and focus on that. That doesn't seem reasonable, does it?
No.
I agree. And in fairness to you, Sarge, at that time, I want to make sure that I get the right terminology, because you said something that's in my notes here. You were talking about the bailout and how you had just a tremendous we were getting hammered with bailouts, is what you said,
Yes, sir.
right? And so everybody, and this is just a reality, everybody was computing bailouts. I mean, even some of the people that were testifying, I mean, it's like, well, it's another lockdown, it's probably a bailout.
Yeah, even though there were shots fired, because dispatch never relayed that information. Not until cops were actually at site. Oh, shit, shots fired.
Yeah, and I really like the way the defense said, "Is this reasonable?" Because I think, again, the state's giving every other officer a pass. Oh, lady officer who had to take her bra off, you know, you arrived 30 minutes later.
Oh, yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, the female officer hearing the call and still didn't get there until 20, 30 minutes. A bailout is something happened around the school, so just by precaution, they lock it up. And then they have to bail it out. As in, yeah, it was nothing. Everybody continue with your day. And apparently, they were hammered with these kind of situations.
Everyone was thinking bailouts, right?
The possibility was there, yes, it would have been.
And if somebody was going to shoot, it was to get away from officers because they were doing a bailout, not because they're going to commit a mass shooting at a school.
Yes, sir.
And again, in fairness to you, and that's why you were trying to intercept, because you're thinking it's someone bailing out. It didn't even cross your mind, whether people can disagree whether that's reasonable or not, but it didn't even cross your mind that this person was going to go into the school and shoot it up.
No.
Now, you understand other officers would disagree with you, right?
Sure.
But you're just saying what you were thinking at the time.
Well, not so much only what I was thinking, but the information that I had received at the time as well.
But from an objective standpoint, you had information of a person shooting, running towards a school. And so other officers may have acted differently, right? In fairness.
How do you mean?
Well, meaning maybe other officers would
Run
have
toward the fucking school, douche.
followed this training and then run directly to the side of the building where the shooting was, and then make sure they get line of sight on this person before they leave that area. Clear it, make sure that this area is safe. So when you're pursuing somebody, you know you've covered this area, and then it's not slicing the pie, but you're covering an area to make sure you're tracking down this person.
Like I said, the reason why I drove around the front of the school was because I wanted to intercept him. My information that I received was he was running to or through the school. So my whole intent was to intercept him at the time.
There is again saying through the school. You hear crash, shots fired, you're behind the fucking vehicle, more shots fired, according to you, or at least your perception was that you were shot at.
Yeah, but at this point, this is the defense attorney. I like that he moved on because some would stay. He can tell he's not going to get this out of this man. This man is going to justify what he did. So let's move to the next thing. He did give that it was reasonable. So I do like that the lawyer knows when he's going to die on this hill.
Yeah.
And again, in totality of the circumstances,
Yes.
that's a term of art that law enforcement uses. What does that mean, totality of the circumstances?
In hindsight, after everything has been investigated, the totality of everything. Everything that.
Because if we piecemeal something, if we try to fit a circle in a square, or if we only look at something like this, if the prosecution or if law enforcement gets tunnel vision, but not in combat, tunnel vision in prosecuting, well, that's not fair, right? That's not good.
Right.
And so we want to consider everything, the totality of the circumstances. And in totality of the circumstances, these school doors should have been locked.
Yes.
So that could that be something in your mind? Not trying to give you an out. I'm just trying to be fair. That in your mind, well, he's not going to get into school because it's supposed to be locked. So let me try to be creative and try to track this person down, right? Would that not? That wasn't in your mind?
Sure. No, I mean, again, my intent was to catch him.
And you made a decision to go the north side versus the south side.
Yes.
And you had two frantic witnesses yelling at you, right?
Yes.
I mean, you had two frantic with weapons, and one of them asking to shoot somebody, telling you information, correct?
Yes.
And you still made different decisions Because you had somebody say, I want to shoot somebody on the west side of the building, but you still drove north.
Right, yes, sir.
Okay, so you took all that in when you made your assessment.
Yes.
Implying you knew or should have known where the gunman was. And you still drove around. Because in your mind, this is just another bailout. But according to the prosecution, Adrian was not allowed to think that. And Adrian actually took charge once he realized.
Okay, we're gonna play your body cam again. Can we get back up to that? Not body cam, I'm sorry, dashboard. And I want to direct your attention to something as he's getting it ready. So when you leave Saucedo and Mendoza, they stay at the corner, correct? So we'll stop here 1 second.
I believe one of them or both of them follow me, because after looking at the dash cam, I think I see them on the front of the school.
Well, if a Texas Ranger is gonna come testify that they stayed there for a period of time and not follow you, then we'll just defer to that.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just defer to that for now. And I'm happy to be corrected, but I don't think I'm wrong. So you leave, and we're gonna see that with the AR-15 so they're gonna stay here, but you're gonna be driving north, and you're gonna come up down Geraldine, and I want to direct your attention when you make a turn to the front. There's already a police officer. So while all this is going on, there's a police officer out of his vehicle just standing there on the corner.
Okay.
Did you remember that when you saw it the first time?
I saw patrol.
Do you remember who that is?
I don't.
Would it be Randy Hill maybe?
Could be, yes.
Probably. Okay, let's look at it, then we'll talk, because I want to make sure that your memory is refreshed. So all this is
Randy,
going on.
I just wrote it down as Officer Dipshit.
You're yelling at someone over here, right? You're looking, you're scanning, observing. He's moving up to get behind the frame of his car, right? He moved up in a triangle, and you're driving off.
Yes, sir.
See, this guy's already here. He's out of his vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know how long he's been there.
No.
It's safe to say that he's been there for a little while because he's parked and there's two officers there, look like. Can you go back, please?
Oh, I missed that.
You didn't see the officer blocking the intersection?
So there was
'Cause I
already
noticed-
a cop where you were headed, already doing the cutting out, and you still drove there instead of towards the... Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and we don't know if Randy did anything wrong. Maybe they told
No.
him to perimeter.
Yeah, whole perimeter. So this guy, the moment he... Let's go back to Google Maps. Let's do this. Street view. Where are we? Okay, we are here. Let's go up the street a bit. Oh, so there. Here is this officer now testifying. He drives up and sees a cop car already there. He continues. He drives. He's approaching the school. There's already a cop car there. At every point in time, he could have... This fence is, I believe, he could have just took a turn and drove there. Because over here, as you saw, was a cop car. And I assume, if that cop car is here, that is the reason why he took the shortcut.
Well,
Because
yeah,
that...
but I mean, if he's noticed the cop car, you would think that the cop car's looking that way, hearing gunshots.
Yeah.
And if he saw an idiot running, he'd be like,
Yeah, there, or running towards him, guns blazing, or whatever's.
Yeah.
So this testifying cop, let's go back here. Where are we? Ah. From the moment he turned here, there's a cop car over there. He sees it. He had every option of driving in here because that route was already covered.
Yeah, that's something is going.
Let's just see. There's the cop car. There's the cop car.
Yeah, he's.
Let's. I'm going to mute and play. Oh, no, shit. Where was it? There. Slowing it down. It's taking the corner. You can see a car there. That might have been in the way. Yeah, up there. The cop. Now this eyesight is always better than a dash cam. But at that point in time, yeah, that road is covered.
His vehicle, and we don't know how long he's been there.
No.
But it's safe to say that he's been there for a little while because he's parked and there's two officers there. Look like. Can you go back, please, and pause it? Yes, I see 4 legs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so and they're on the passenger side, so they've been here for some time, some period of time. I'm not saying an hour, but sometime.
Maybe a couple seconds, yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I'm going to argue more, but I'm just saying they're here parked there. And if there's a call that comes in, shooter running towards the school with a gun towards the school, can you think of any tactical or training reason why they would park on the corner and just stand there?
I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what they heard.
I know that wasn't my question. But my question was, can you think of any tactical or logical, reasonable reason why after that call, even though it wasn't even the full call that Mr. Limones put out, but he tried to report, why these officers would be at that corner, and it seems like they've been there for a while, and just stand there?
No.
It doesn't make sense, right? But they're not sitting in that chair, are they? These guys?
No.
Okay. But they're there for some period of time. And they're not running to the school.
Snark.
Right? And I guess the government can call them if they do or don't, but we can ask them what they heard and why didn't they run to the gunfire, correct? But they didn't do it. We can see that.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, the snark. Oh, the shade.
You are. Look at you. You're going quickly. Now, do you run out the back or do you come out the front?
I come out the front. I
Okay.
jump out, and that's when I hear a vehicle coming out area speed. I can hear it down the, and then chief out on the full side.
Who's that?
Chief.
Okay. Where are you at this time?
I was trying to figure that out myself.
Yeah. Can you pause, please? And so you're parked, but then for some period of time, you're
And we are an
assessing
hour
you're
behind
you're
again.
Looking, maybe you see if you saw him. I don't know, but so you have 2 officers standing at the corner, and I'm not being disrespectful, but we see that you're parked there and you're staying there for a while, and then Arredondo gets out and he seems like he's adjusting. And play again, please. Is that you? Or no?
Well, I'd say that's me over there.
Here?
No, in the front.
Okay. Can we pause, please? Now
We
there's a number
have-
of officers here, right? And not all of them run with you and the chief.
I believe that's officer also.
No, I understand that, but none of these people make it into the building with you and the
Not,
chief.
not that I'm aware of. No.
So they obviously won't run into the gunfire either.
I don't know what information they have.
But if they were with you, then they would have been, and ahead of you was Paige and Adrian.
Yes.
Ahead of you.
Yes.
But these people weren't behind you, so they didn't follow you to the 4th grade building.
No, they didn't follow me, chief.
Yes, sir, that's what I'm saying. And so my point is, they weren't running to the gunfire, obviously. They were doing something else. The gunfire was at the 4th grade building,
Yes.
and
Well, that's the west, building that was on the west side.
that's the 4th grade building. The west side, south side, east side, north side. So these officers, they're not with you, chief, and they're definitely not with Adrian and Sergeant Page, right?
Right, yes.
Now, other officers come in from the other side, but there's a number of officers. Can you keep playing, please? Someone walking around, kind of pacing back and forth over there. He's not running into the gunfire, right? This gentleman?
Right.
Okay.
The more he's doing this, the more I'm thinking the state or the defense is going to rest without a case.
Yeah. Because they will do
Because-
the exact
And so
same
you-
if
so
there is.
you know that, and then at some
They
point,
call any
matter
other
of fact,
cop. This will at site. This is
at
what's going to happen.
11:32:59. Let's do 11:32. I'm just gonna put entrance, okay? Because I'm not gonna mention his ass. This is when this is the entrance, right?
Okay.
At 11:32:59. I'm gonna put Adrian breaks, and when you know what that means, right? When you break
Yes.
on the radio, he's trying to transmit something. So almost simultaneously as this shooter is entering the building, Adrian has done some assessing like you guys are doing in the corner.
Correct.
But he's doing what the training says to do, communicated. And he says, and he can't see it, right? He doesn't know when this guy enters the building. We saw that from
Right,
line of
yes.
sight. He says, gonna be on the west side of the school by those vehicles, supposed to be wearing all black. So when you hear someone say supposed to be, that kind of gives you the impression that they don't know. Someone is telling them something. Well, supposedly Jason is did this, right? Because that's what he told me he did. And that's consistent with how Adrian was relaying messages, right?
Yes, sir.
You know now that he was with a special ed assistant aide, right? Melody Flores. Do you know that now?
Yeah, he mentioned something about being with a teacher, right?
Right. So yes, in the investigation.
Yes.
And so he's dealing with the teacher, a frantic individual, kind of like Mendoza and Saucedo were frantically, everybody's frantic. This is,
Yes.
I'm not ragging on that. That's reality. And so he's dealing with her, trying to get information. 50 seconds earlier, when he heard shots fired, didn't give a description of where they were coming from, right? We heard the dispatch.
Right.
Because you can assume he didn't know because he can't tell where they're coming from, right? Fair enough?
Fair enough.
And then he gets in touch with Melanie at the scene, and he's taking cover like you guys were. And he's getting information from her. And she's saying things, and you didn't hear her testimony, whether she said south building, west building, running this, and he's trying to take it all in.
Yes.
And then as soon as he gets a picture of what he thinks is going on, he relays it to everybody, right?
Yes.
But unfortunately, it's not his fault, but unfortunately, it's almost at the same time as this person is getting into the building, right?
Sure.
He can't see him, but he's relaying the information. Supposed to be wearing black.
Hi, Mo. Mo is preparing her stream because Mo is doing the afternoon stream, and I might not be done here before afternoon starts. So she is preparing, so it will be a smooth handover. So she is preparing. So you will not, because we've been talking and shouting and cursing so much that we might not get a pause for lunch. We are just transitioning over to Mo. Because and Mo is also streaming on Rumble today. So you guys over at Rumble. Mo on Rumble is at Mo in the Deep. One word. Mo in the Deep. Over at Rumble. So go subscribe to her if you haven't yet. At Rumble.
Supposedly wearing black, right? You heard that.
Yes.
And we don't know, you don't know for sure what Mendoza and Saucedo were thinking and why they didn't. Can you go ahead? The first one. This one, or the one before, please.
Yeah, why didn't they run towards the danger?
You don't know why, we're hearing your thought process.
Yes.
But we just don't know why Mendoza and Salcedo, especially someone who saw the shooter, didn't go to the shooting. But not just go to the shooting. You don't have to guess. He saw the shooter. You don't know why he didn't go to the shooter, right?
I don't know, no, sir.
But that was an option for these two. That was an option for Salcedo and Mendoza. We already talked about your option, but it was an option for them too, right?
Yes.
I mean, they could have driven up. They could have driven up all the way up here, set up a perimeter, something, and then breached, come in here and follow the shooter. They would have known where he's going, but neither would Adrian, right? They didn't even see him.
Right.
Fair enough. But they did. One of them did. Salcedo did for sure. And they didn't do that. They didn't come to this building, right? They didn't come to this door.
No, not that I know.
And you don't know exactly why they made those decisions.
No.
But in talking about school safety, you know, it's policy. It's policy that these school doors have to be locked.
Yes, I mean, that's usually what happens is all the schools are the exterior doors, interior doors are locked.
And as we said earlier, time is always of the essence in these situations, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if somebody is coming to a door and they have bad intentions, and there's officers, you would have known that there's officers line of sight on this person. And if that door was locked, it would have been one of these situations, which would have given you time to see him, right?
Sure.
Salcedo more time to reassess his decisions, and Mendoza to pick his head up and at least do something. Somebody could have distracted, deterred, delayed, or stopped that guy from.
Yes, sir. Could. Yes, sir.
One of these three, including yourself, one of these three that had line of sight could have stopped. If that door was locked, it would have given you precious time to make a better assessment and for Salcedo to act.
For sure. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now, can I see Adrian's car? Yes. Would you agree with this, Sarge? That's fine. That's fine. Jason, we'll do both. That in the initial call, someone's running towards the school with a gun and shots have been fired. Adrian goes into the eye of the storm. Would you agree that this is a lot more dangerous than being over here?
Sure. Yes, sir.
So Mendoza Salcedo set up perimeter out there for whatever reason. You just respond to what you saw. But Adrian didn't set up out here, right? He drove into the eye of the storm. He's driving into a shooter running towards the school. Where does he drive towards?
He drove into the school.
Into the school, right? And so he's here. So he's placed himself in danger, correct?
Yes.
And he's making his assessments, and we've talked about that already. But then at some point, you know, and we can look at the videos,
Sure.
because we can see on the funeral video, that at around 11, was it 11:33, Jason? 11:33:07? Was it Michelle? 11:08? 33:08? Page.
Yeah, 11:35:07.
Okay. He's driving up, right? Because your body cam turns on at 11:35:10.
Mhm.
That's going to be important. But at 11:35:08, Paige is driving up, right?
Right.
And then at some point, Adrian leaves his cover of his vehicle, and because Paige parks, we've seen the videos, and we'll show them again, pictures. He makes movement to Paige, and there's contact with Paige. We're going to hear from Paige, I'm sure, today. So he makes contact with Paige, right? Because the government just asked you about those pictures and who's standing there. It's Sergeant Page and it's Adrian. Remember?
Yes, I did see the two officers there. Yes.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to set the tone. So at some point, Paige drives in, literally almost at the same time. Around you put your body cam on.
Okay.
And you told the reason why, but it would have been very, very helpful if you had your body cam on earlier, right?
Yes.
Because then we could have heard exactly what the funeral people were saying to you guys, right? Potentially.
Right.
We would have heard Salcedo, and maybe he said more than just, I see him, I really want to, he could have said other things. We don't know. You just remember him saying, I think I see him, I want to shoot, permission to shoot,
Yes.
right? We could have heard maybe potential what Mendoza was saying, right? And what he was thinking.
Potentially.
And then heard shots.
Yes.
And also, you know that Officer Jesus Mendoza had a body cam also.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're hopefully going to see those. But do you know now that Mendoza's body cam wasn't turned on the corner also? Do you know
No,
that now?
no,
You don't know that.
no.
Okay, we'll let that come about. So, but at some point we see you running up.
Yes.
And Adrian has made he's left his cover of his car and he's come to meet because he sees Paige, right? That's backup. And he comes and sees Paige and they meet up here. And do you remember, if you remember, as you're running, they're already walking towards the school. Do you remember them moving towards the school when you looked at the video?
Yes, I believe they were.
They were moving
They
towards
beat me towards the south entrance of the school.
Well, yeah, they darted in when they heard those shots.
Yes.
And you know that by the time those shots, and we heard the audio, but the body cam's on us right here, so it sounds loud to us. But out there, you were a good distance from Paige and from Adrian,
Yes.
right? And do you know now that in their interviews, they didn't even mention hearing you or seeing you until later? That makes sense, right? So they were reacting and responding on their own. They heard those shots, and we look at your body cam, and 1 minute your arm's in the way because you're doing what you're doing appropriate stuff, and then it comes up, and they're already in that school. right?
Right.
So Adrian puts himself in danger by driving in the eye of the storm, tactically comes out and meets Sergeant Page. And then when they hear the shots, the same shots that you heard, before you know it, they sprint into the school, right?
Yes.
And they're ahead of you. And to your credit, you and the chief follow.
Yes.
And we see Adrian with his gun out, and he's in the hallway, correct?
Yes.
And we see Sergeant Page at times over here.
Yes.
And we saw the smoke. When you walk into this hallway, there's smoke because after a lot of rounds in AR-15, the gunpowder makes smoke, right?
Yes.
And you would agree that this hallway, and it came up a lot yesterday, but it's important, is a fatal funnel.
Yes, it could
Yeah,
be.
right.
Yes, sir.
Because it's a narrowed, exposed situation.
Correct.
That puts the person in high vulnerability.
Correct.
Right? High vulnerability meaning there's no cover. There's not even concealment except for those little niches. Every once in a while, there's a little cover.
Yes.
But him and Paige and you are exposed. You're
Yes.
in the fatal funnel. And then even after we saw on your body cam, even after Hernandez, who got shot in the head?
Lieutenant Martinez.
I'm sorry. I knew it. Lieutenant Martinez got skinned. Even though he got skinned, you saw Adrian didn't move. He didn't run out the back.
No.
He stayed in the fatal funnel.
Yes.
Because that person could have done this and could have done this. I mean, it's that easy. It's like, bop, 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 and people are dead. But Adrian didn't move, right?
Right.
He remained in danger by being in that school.
Yes.
Is that fair? And so did you, right?
Yes.
And so did Sergeant Page.
Yes.
And Martinez has already been injured.
Yes.
And tactically, and I think we'll ask Sergeant Page, but him yelling to the other side, even though I know his heart wanted to check on Martinez, tactically, that was not a good decision.
No.
Right? Because now you're notifying the shooter that you have people on this side. So there could have been a scenario where this guy thought, I'm outpowering these people. And he would come out with his weapon, and then that would have given you, Adrian, and Page an opportunity to shoot.
Could have, yes.
Right? But so Page, and I'm not bragging on him for it, him yelling out is not tactically sound for that circumstance.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, giving your position is
Yeah.
tough to do, but I understand why he did it.
I do too. He cares about Martinez, but I mean, I'm just saying you don't want a shooter to know where you're at.
No, you don't.
Element of surprise is a big deal.
Yes.
And so he does that, and Adrian stays in that hallway.
Yes.
And the only time that Adrian leaves that hallway is when the chief tells him, you can hear Adrian saying, "Are you breaking? Can anyone break from in here?" Right?
Yes.
Can anyone's radio work? Is what it translates to. And no, so the chief, you heard the chief say, call SWAT.
Yes.
And so the only time Adrian leaves danger is when the chief tells him to go outside and call for backup,
Yes, sir.
or call for heavier power, because now we have a barricaded individual. Right?
Yes, sir.
And you heard at some point, people didn't even know if kids were in these classrooms, right?
I can tell you, I didn't know.
You didn't know it. But you can hear Adrian is calling also. People are trying to call the front office.
Yes.
Are there classes in, right?
You can see on my body cam, yes. I'm doing it.
And the reason why is two things. Number one, because that school does not have a designated officer. Police
Not
officer.
to my knowledge, no.
Adrian was assigned to the high school.
Yes, he was.
That's why Adrian is even asking, where is the fourth grade building? He asked somebody else, right? That makes sense to you.
Makes sense, yes.
And so everyone is trying to figure out, not everyone, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but Adrian and yourself and maybe one other person are asking, are there kids in these classrooms?
Yes.
Another factor is because there was a special day, it was into the school year,
Yes.
and there was award ceremonies going on.
Yes, sir.
We had heard of award ceremonies going on in the high school.
Yes, I believe the high school was doing a picnic or something.
Yeah, at Mexican Park.
Yes.
That's the slang that you guys call it, Mexican Park. And then over here, there was award ceremonies going on in the middle school as well.
Yes, sir.
Elementary school, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, elementary school.
And so that's another reason why people were asking, are these classrooms even full?
Yes, sir.
But it made the situation even more dangerous because at some point, Adrian, Sergeant Page, and yourself, Sarge, you see sheetrock. You know that there's bullets going through.
Yes, sir.
So those hallways, at best, were just concealment.
Yes, sir.
I mean, and that's why getting your position is not tactically sound. But there wasn't going to be any protection. If that shooter wanted to just shoot through the wall,
Yes, sir.
you, Adrian, and Sergeant Page, and Martinez and Mireles on the other side could have potentially been killed.
Canales.
Canales, but Mireles eventually came in, but Canales, yes,
Yes,
could
sir.
have been killed, right?
Yes, sir.
But Adrian stayed in the hall.
Yes.
And we noticed that all the other people that we saw on your dash cam, the ones behind you, they didn't end up in the hallway, right? They didn't come in from the south behind you.
No, at that moment, no.
And there was a number of officers there that we saw on your dashboard.
Yes.
Right? And so you knew who was on the other side, Martinez and Canales, but those officers, we don't know where they were.
To be fair, I didn't know exactly who was quite a distance on the other side. I didn't know who was there and who was not. I know that Adrian was on my side and then Pete was also on my side and Paige.
Yes, sir. But all I'm saying is when we saw the dash cam, those officers, they didn't make it into the building.
Not behind me, no.
Yes, sir. Do you remember when the government asked you to calling SWAT is opposite of confronting a shooter? Do you remember that question?
No,
You don't remember that question?
I don't.
Well, then I'll remind you of the
Sure.
question. Bill asked you, Mr. Turner asked you, calling SWAT, that's opposite of confronting the shooter. He asked you that.
Okay.
And you seem befuddled by it. You seem confused by it. That's a confusing statement question. Would you agree?
I was confused by, I know what you're saying now. Yes, yes, I was
I mean-
confused. Maybe that's probably why I don't remember.
Yeah, well, it's forgettable. And so all I'm saying is the fact that if someone's calling SWAT, you're not cowering or running away. You're following orders because you've gone as far as you can go in a circumstance. You've put yourself in a fatal funnel. You've put yourself in danger. You've
Yes.
drawn your weapon. Everybody is halted because now someone is barricaded. Officers have taken rounds, and your chief says, "Go call SWAT." That's not someone running away from danger, is it?
No,
Yeah, because the prosecution are
Did you ever see
absolute
Randy Hill
thunder
make that call?
cunts.
Because he was
Which
the one
call?
assigned to this call initially, right? The one in the corner,
oh, yes, sir.
and then the one standing outside his car when you drove by.
If that was him,
That's Randy Hill.
okay.
One of them is Randy Hill. Did you know if he ever made the call? Did he ever get to the building? Did he ever
I do not know that. I don't know.
I'm just looking at my notes. Now you
Defense is pointing out very damning facts for the prosecution. Look at everybody else doing jack shit, and now look at Adrian Gonzales placing himself in actual danger. And the state still tries to argue that somehow he is responsible, neglectful. It's appalling, absolutely appalling. Yes, you have that time span of a minute and a half, 2 minutes, up to 3 minutes, where Adrian Gonzales is occupied with this frantic woman who claims she talked with him between 2 and 7 minutes. I didn't see her on that body cam. Did you? I didn't. But the moment, because apparently, between the guns firing outside, which were hard for anybody to determine where there was, you had the guy up at the cop car asking to shoot, but then the shooter went inside the school, and apparently there was a break in gunfire for a few minutes. And as this cop says, I thought he was going to run past the school or through the school. And all of a sudden there's gunfire from within the school. What does Adrian do? He's first in, among with 3 or 4 others, of who 2 takes gunshot wounds. And he still stays. He takes charge. He gets told by the police chief, calls for SWAT. He goes outside to call the SWAT because apparently the school building is bad for radio and phones. Where the fuck did Adrian go wrong? If he didn't have the information, if dispatch didn't relay that crucial information, the school was supposed to be locked. That's not Adrian's fault that the school administration encouraged teachers to keep classrooms unlocked. That's not Adrian's fault. It's not Adrian's fault that dispatch didn't relay crucial information. It's not Adrian's fault that the chain of command broke down. Jesus Christ.
You said something in the video, or someone did, maybe it's not you, so please correct me. You said we had him contained.
Yes,
And he was contained, right?
yes,
Because technically, if you initial officers, you fired at the beginning,
correct.
didn't go into that hallway, he technically could have not only focused on 112 and then shot those other children that made it, he would have been focused on doing that. He could have been distracted by you in the hallway, right?
Yes,
He was so distracted that he came out to shoot it, some of you.
yes,
So you, yourself, Paige, Adrian, Martinez, Canales, the chief, you guys had distracted him from continuing his carnage, right? To continuing doing what he was doing.
I know he shot at us, yes, sir, and stopped, and he stopped shooting, I guess.
And is it fair, there's no way for him to know when or if you guys were gonna breach,
No, he did
right?
not.
So that could have been on his mind, right? Could have
Sure.
been. And so that's a distraction. Now, but if you weren't in the hallway and if he had intent, because evidence is shown, he had a lot of rounds on him, a lot of magazines with bullets in them. He could have walked from that classroom to the next classroom, to the next classroom, to the next classroom, to the next classroom, to the next classroom. And without you being in the hallway, you and Adrian being one of the first ones in the hallway, and Paige, and Canales, and Martinez, he could have gone through that whole school and shot up the whole school. Could have.
Could have, yes, sir.
Yeah. That again. Not again. Hunkering down in classroom is depending on two things for safety. That the outside door is locked and the classroom doors are locked. Because the outside door, if that is locked, it will take time for the assailant to breach that. Yes, he can shoot through the door and try to breach open. Yeah, he can. But then you have the next line of defense, which is the classroom doors. If neither of those worked, as it didn't here, hiding in the classrooms is a trap, not safety. So the school administration, instead of keeping the children safe, they made the school into a fucking death trap.
Nothing would have stopped him but for 5 officers containing him in that room.
Yes, sir.
And then eventually 376 showed up, right?
Eventually, yes, sir.
Now there was a period of time in the video where the government asked you about Adrian holstering his weapon. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Where was Adrian when he holstered the weapon?
He was on the south.
God bless you. Where was he at?
He was on the southeast corner. of the building.
Southeast corner, inside or outside?
Outside.
Outside. Was there any gunfire going on over there?
No.
Do you always have to worry about crossfire, friendly fire?
Yes, sir.
So if you don't have a threat in front of you, is it prudent and reasonable and per training that you holster your weapon if there's not a threat in front of you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, and if you train, I mean, how long does it, doesn't take long to I have a jacket on, but I mean, you can draw a weapon quickly, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, so holstering a weapon when there's no threat is reasonable, right?
Right.
Your weapon was holstered out there.
Yes, it was.
And the asshole prosecution, oh look, he has his gun holstered, as if that meant anything. And now this guy, of course it's holstered. Why? Fatigue. Folks, fatigue. Be ready, but if you keep holding the gun like this, you will get fatigued. A gun doesn't weigh much. Do a test. Let's say you have a bottle of tequila. Try to hold it out in one arm and see how long you can keep it held up. Would you be able to do 9 minutes? No. That is why, unless it's necessary, be ready, but don't have the gun up all the time, because you will get fatigued. And if you get fatigued in arms and hands, your aim is shit.
Now you said a lot of things out there. You were saying, well, I want to talk about friendly fire before we talk about what you were dispatching and what equipment you were asking for.
Yes, sir.
And you guys just had to do it. You kind of threw your own safety, the wings, everybody runs in. You were in a tactical, not just in a fatal funnel, but if Martinez is on the other side with Canales and Adrian's on this side, Paige, you're here, you're the chief. What is this potential when you have blue on blue?
Yes, that was a concern.
And what is that called? Crossfire?
Crossfire, yes, sir.
Or blue on blue? And so, but in that situation, you did what you had to do, right? All of you did what you had to do. But that was a potential concern as well.
Yes, it was a potential concern.
But back to you being outside. So you and Adrian go outside. Adrian is commanded or asked or told by the chief to go outside. He listens. Reasonable request. You go outside also because you can't break either.
Correct.
And you're a sergeant. And so you're out there and you're asking for flashbangs.
Yes,
if
sir.
we have them.
Yes.
What are flashbangs?
Distraction devices. Sir.
And now you typically would not, would you use those if there was a room full of children?
It's hard to say. I mean, what I was doing, I knew that we were gonna have to confront the individual, and I prefer to have a distraction device,
Right.
given that we just took rounds.
Right. Now you didn't know that there was a room full of children, by the way. So
No.
you want options, right? Is that
Correct,
a statement?
yes.
So you're asking for options, and the way flashbangs are used is it goes and it creates this explosion.
Correct.
So a bad guy could maybe be distracted by that, and then you guys could come in,
Correct.
right, and do something.
Yes.
And there's all different kinds of ways to distract.
Yes,
But that would be one of them.
one of them. Yes, sir.
Do you think that, speaking of distract, do you think that Saucedo and Mendoza could have distracted the shooter before he went into the building on the west side?
Could have. Yes.
They could have, right?
Yes.
And you also asked for a Halligan tool. They've heard a lot about a Halligan tool, so I'm going to just jump in. That's a tool to help pry open a door, especially for an outward swinging door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Much more difficult to deal with that
A lot more
scenario.
difficult. Yes.
And so you asked for that, correct?
Yes.
And after you asked for that, this is where we can hear Adrian trying to verify, are there children in the classrooms on the video?
Yes.
So you're still figuring things out.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I didn't realize the time. Do you want me to pause right here? I can kind of cut it. It's lunchtime.
Keep going.
Okay. I don't want them mad at me. They're going to be mad at you. I'm sorry.
We gotta finish this one, so, you know, now, so let's go.
Okay, Judge, I'm doing my best. So you guys are trying to figure this out still.
Yes.
Okay. And then as you're figuring it out, at some point, because I know that they asked you about this,
Mhm.
Adrian's posting up on the southeast corner, and he's looking, and that was a reasonable thing to do, right?
I thought so. Yes.
I mean, because there's people coming up this way,
Yes.
meaning officers, and there's some defects on the window, maybe some rounds that have come out.
Correct.
And so two things can happen. Someone can be shot from that window.
Yes.
That's kind of a sniper situation.
Correct.
Or the person, the individual suspect could be trying to escape.
Could. Yes.
And if they're trying to escape, then that's when you guys would confront them, right?
Yes.
And so someone that's truly containing. So once again, he's following his training, taking on the role of containment on the backside because he knew
Yes.
the hallway was covered.
Correct.
And during that time, the government asked you about kind of this. It sounded like, and it looked like Adrian was just figuring it out like you are. And he says, "I saw a teacher on the ground," right?
Yes.
Now, you didn't hear his interview, but he explains that he didn't know at the time it was a teacher. Once he made contact with her, he knew that was a teacher at that time, right?
To be honest with you, sir, I don't know what he was saying. I know he was trying to.
Okay.
I think he was just thinking out loud, trying to explain what was going on and rationalize
Right.
what was going on.
He's just figuring out. He
Okay.
says, "I saw a teacher on the ground. I thought she had tackled somebody. I saw her running." Right. So
Correct.
and you didn't hear his interview, but he saw someone running, and the call was someone's running towards the school with a gun. And so he gets the call because you heard the dispatch. Someone running towards the school with the gun. And where did Adrian drive?
Into the school.
Into the school, towards the
Just
school.
ask him to answer this repetitively.
Right. So you saw that. So Adrian is recollecting that in his mind. So when you talk about considering, because the government asked you about considering the backdrop,
Mhm.
Anytime you have shooting around a school, you're never going to have a perfect backdrop,
No.
right? I mean, if in a courtroom, there's never going to be a perfect backdrop. I mean, these officers, you're always going to have that situation,
Correct, yes.
especially at a school. I mean,
Yes.
that doesn't mean you don't act at all and do something.
No.
Um, And from your knowledge, you know, and from what you experienced, you saw Adrian act, correct?
I'm sorry.
You saw Adrian act as you approached at 11:35:10.
Yes.
He ran into the school.
Yes.
He stayed in the school, correct?
Yes.
In the hallway,
Yes.
and he remained in danger until given further instruction.
From what now
the
we
chief.
played from the video that we saw the dash cam or body cam. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Pass the sir.
No, continue.
This is the case of the state versus Adrian Gonzales, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've been here 2 weeks talking about Adrian Gonzales, correct?
Yes, sir.
So can we start with Adrian Gonzales then?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you absolute motherfucker, shit cunt, thunder cunt. You have not talked about what Adrian Gonzales has done the entire fucking trial, and now you try to, let's talk about Adrian Gonzales. You haven't done. This guy needs to be voted out of office, fired. He deserves to be home. This prosecutor deserves homelessness. Absolute homelessness. This prosecutor. Objection. Facts not in evidence. The prosecution has done nothing but talk about everything else but Adrian the entire trial so far.
We've had a stipulation of around 11:31:55, give or take a few seconds. Adrian Gonzales is parked on the south lot.
Yes, sir.
We have a stipulation that the gunman entered the west wing around 1 minute and 3 seconds later.
You're sure? Remember when prosecution said it was 3 minutes? All of a sudden it's 1 minute and 3 fucking seconds. 1 minute, 3 seconds. Yeah, I think we're almost done here. Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
During that time, y'all show up about halfway in between that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
About 30 seconds in. And we know from your, I'll make sure I have that photograph.
And in those 1 minute and 3 seconds, he had this frantic woman in front of him. You motherfucker.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and take an hour for lunch. Get back as quick as you can. We'll see you back in an hour. Remember my instructions. Remember the rise for the jury.
Yeah, and folks, according to my calculations, they should be back from lunch, because this is a commentary channel. We will get behind. I've not been this far behind on the live this entire trial, simply because the prosecution pissed me the fuck off royally. Thank you, Butt Nuggets Mom, before becoming a member. Thank you so much. So, folks, I'm going to redirect you guys over to Mo. Mo is doing the afternoon. I believe she's already live. So we will continue there. Folks, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to Come Tennessee Girl for gifting memberships. Thank you to Novali for becoming a member. Thank you for Tammy for being a member for 6 months. Thank you to some guy with cancer. I hope you're all right, for your support. Thank you to Tammy becoming a member. Thank you to Tammy for your support. And again, Tammy, for your support. And to Butt Nuggets Mom for becoming a member. Thank you so much for your support. Because this stream ain't going to get no ad revenue. All right, folks. I'm not even going to play an outro. Because you need to get yourself, everybody, over to Mo in the Deep End on YouTube, Mo in the Deep on Rumble. But I'm going to try to redirect you. All right? See you over there.